Okay, good evening, everybody, and welcome to tonight's meeting. As I told the council that I'm kind of dealing with a migraine right now, so if I kind of act distant or something or have to get up, you know why. So I'll do my best to get through it though. So having said that, we will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please, Ann.
Mayor Walker,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Antalon,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Tipton,
Present.
Councilmember White.
Here. Okay, thank you for that. And for the invocation, do we have anybody from any of the churches? I don't see anyone. So let's please take a moment of silence. Okay. And stand on the flag salute. Travis, would you like to- Absolutely. Ready? So
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Moving on to E, agenda review.
No changes, Mr. Mayor.
No changes, okay. Okay, moving on to F, public comments from the audience regarding items not on the agenda. This portion of the agenda allows an individual the opportunity to address the council on any items not on the closed session, consent calendar, public hearings, and city council business. Under state regulations, no action can be taken on non-agenda items, including issues raised under this agenda item. Members of the public should be aware of this when addressing the council regarding items not specifically referenced on this agenda. Please note public comments may be made in the following formats: in person, through Zoom, or by email. If you wish to make a public comment through Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature during the public comment section. You will be selected by the meeting host and will be allowed to say your comment aloud. If you wish to make a public comment through email, please submit your public comment to the city clerk at ci.greenfield.ca.us. In the email subject line, please write your name and the agenda item or topic you are commenting on. If you wish to submit a public comment on more than one agenda item or topic, please send a separate email for each agenda item or topic you are commenting. All public comments submitted through email must be received no later than 12 p.m. noon.
That should be September 12th.
That's what September. Comments submitted through email on time will be incorporated into the city council agenda and made part of the record for the meeting. Comments submitted by email that are not received on time will not be accepted. Public comments submitted by email will not be read aloud during the meeting. Please be aware that written public comments, including your name, may become public information. So with that, we will open up public comments. And we'll start with the audience first, then we'll see if there's any hands raised via the Zoom.
Hi, Krista Wiroiso, Seco Nico con Wico Yani, Sijri Umi Florentina ni Ulo Mishnanone, mi Hashlane, mi Inglesa. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Florentina, and I speak the Shnanu language, which is known by Triqui. I also speak Spanish and English. And here my compañera.
Tani ko tigum dindo nante yo tishabi done bajindo ayobanindo. Kivira Griselda Campos que era tu sabe caíra caí tu inglés. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Griselda Campos. Hablo mixteco, español y un poco inglés. Gracias.
So we are here today to represent the FIOP organization, Frente Indígena de la Organización Binacional, representing all the indigenous community. So we have been sharing our flyer. We'll have an event on October 9, from 10 to 3 p.m. And you all are invited to come and join with us our traditional food and see our female dancing and community members that will be playing basketball. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was October 9th, you said?
Yes, October 9. And I don't have my other two members here, but their name is Raúl Lázaro, Unanisu, Mixteco, and we have Estela Hernandez, who speaks Triqui and is in part of our team here, working with our community of indigenous community here in Greenfield. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Okay, see none. Do we have any? I see a hand raised, a couple hands raised.
Yes. Gabby Cerato.
Yes.
Hi, we could hear
Can I
you.
be?
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Gabriela Cerrato. I was born in Salinas and raised in Greenfield. I'm here because I wrote a formal complaint on Councilwoman Yanely Martinez. Councilwoman Martinez has used her political powers to intimidate my mother, who was her former landlord. She called the police on my mother on a civil matter, which is not a criminal matter. Civil matters are handled by attorneys. Councilwoman Martinez tactfully called the police after many years of threatening, intimidating my mother to avoid paying her rent. She would tell my mother she had connections to the police due to her position as a councilwoman. Councilwoman Martinez has failed as a leader of our community. She had other options and opportunities to use her knowledge to fix her financial problems, but instead decided not to pay her rent, her water, and her garbage, and abused her power to get away with it. We tried to help Councilwoman Martinez's family after learning that her car was repossessed. We assisted her husband with a rental application through the city of Greenfield, which was ultimately denied due to her financial status not being COVID related. Eventually, after many months of reassuring my fearful and distraught mother that no one is above the law, I was able to hire an attorney and succeeded in evicting her from the property, and will be seeking a legal judgment for the $18,000 that Councilwoman Martinez owes in back rent. Greenfield deserves a better leadership. Greenfield deserves to know the truth, what this councilwoman is like behind the cameras when the cameras aren't around, because her character is not the same. It's opposite of the values she advocates for, so publicly displays. I'm here to speak out and hold her accountable for her behavior. I'm requesting the city council to do the same. I'm concerned about what other things she has done or can do to people like my mom, a Spanish-speaking immigrant who doesn't know her rights. I ask the city council members to put aside your political alignment and friendships and look at the facts and make an unbiased decision. I truly fear that Councilwoman Martinez will and can retaliate against my mother, which has forced me to take action as a former union and community organizer. And most importantly, as a daughter, I know the importance of telling our story, the importance of building community. And I will continue to advocate for her to be held accountable for her actions, because her position comes with responsibilities. A leader is a person who believes in social justice and makes the necessary changes for the better of the community. A leader is not someone who abuses their power, instills fear in others. And I'm asking the councilwoman to be transparent and to own up to her actions.
Do we have any other hands raised?
Next one is Greenfield resident. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
You're still muted.
Hello?
Hi, we could hear you.
Oh, thank you. Hello, my name is Gabriela Mireles, and basically I want to comment that during last planning commission meeting, I gave a public comment. I forgot to state my last name. Commissioner Gallardo during his comment commented that if those of us commenting did not state our last name, do not even comment. In other words, saying that our comment didn't even matter. I first of all think that my last name when making a public comment should not be irrelevant when making a comment. And second of all, I think that those types of comments that he gave are what's keeping the community from even speaking up or making a comment. And if we're gonna get those negative reactions and comments back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura.
Good day, City Council. My name is Laura Mireles, and I'm just, I've been hearing some rumors that a lot of the City Council are gonna be trying to get back in their chairs for City Council this upcoming election. However, just to reiterate back on your guys' promises, the simple promise of getting our Greenfield sign, what is the status on that? If you guys can't come make that promise during your guys' election time, why should we choose you guys again? Simple things like that, changes that you had promised, shouldn't even, you guys should not be running again in the chair. I think we need to know what is going on with our Greenfield status, our fixing up our streets. We have money. I attended the workshop with Mr. Wood, and there is money in the Greenfield City. Our parks need to be updated, and the money is not going to those things that need to be fixed here in the Greenfield community. You still have some time to make some of those changes if possible, but I think most of you guys should not be again running for City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no other hands raised. And nobody else who wants to make a comment, so I will go ahead and close out the public comment portion of the agenda and move on to G, comments from City Council. Councilmember White.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Seems like it's been a long time since we've been here, but hope everyone had a good August. Seems like a long time ago, but I attended the National Night Out on August the 2nd. There was lots of community outreach, prizes, food, fun for a lot of people. Seems like the crowd was having a great time. So I'm happy to report that looked like a rousing success to me. So I want to remind everyone again about the new suicide and crisis prevention hotline number. The new national number is 988. If you're in need, makes it easy to remember. So again, the number is 988. I would like to tell everyone about the Meals on Wheels Senior Social that's coming up. It will be held on Wednesday, 11 to 1 at the Greenfield Memorial Hall. Ages 60 and above are invited. I believe reservations are needed, and it may be too late for tomorrow's social, but I understand they'll be held on the second Wednesday of the month here in Greenfield. Lunch and representatives from the American Red Cross, Alliance on Aging, Blue Zone Projects, Legal Services for Seniors, and MST will all be present to give out information. Attend if you can. If you would like to attend, I think reservations are needed. You can call Fabiola Lopez or Braulio Fabian at 304-0116. Again, 304-0116. I wanted to mention the pedestrian crossing sign on Elm. I think it takes a beating over there. It's upside down. It's between Elmwood and on Elm Avenue. And for those of you that don't know, the City of Greenfield's holding workshops on various departments within the city. If you're interested in what's happening in Greenfield, it'd be very educational to attend. 5 of the workshops have been completed, but are available online on the city's website and also on the Facebook page. They include finance and budget, which was done by City Manager Wood, community outreach, which was done by Fabiola Lopez, police, which was done by Acting Chief Mixer, Fire, which was done by Fire Chief Langborg, and finally Recreation, which was done by Jesus Perez. I attended 4 of the 5, and they're all very informative. Again, these are online if you want to check them out. I understand also that we have 5 more scheduled, including housing on September 15th, streets and parks on September the 20th, community science on September 22nd, water and wastewater on September 29th, and economic development on October the 6th. All the meetings are at 6 o'clock at City Hall. Attend or watch if you want to get a chance. They're interesting, and the staff has put a lot of time and effort into their efforts into their presentation. So please attend and reward their efforts. So again, if you want more information about those, check out our website. I think everything is posted on there. So I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Flor and your partner. I can't remember her name, but thank you for being here, representing our beautiful, diverse community, our indigenous population right here in the heart of the valley. I'm excited for October 9th. I know that Paul, you and I had talked about hopefully bringing them, well, not hopefully, knowing that they're going to be coming to the next council meeting to be able to give us a wonderful presentation, a breakdown of more or less what's going to happen that day on October 9th. So community that's here present, those that are watching, make sure to show up. Speaking to Mayor Ann Carbone from the city of San City, I know she was excited that our members, our youth, met up with her, and I know that you guys had a wonderful conversation. So I'm excited because this is going to be huge. It's not only showing how Greenfield is beautiful and diverse, is actually our indigenous community teaching us about their culture, the different regions of the beautiful state of Oaxaca, but also our Native Americans coming to participate in this beautiful ceremony, which means a lot. It's long overdue. And I know that Greenfield, again, we are the heart of the valley. So it's the perfect moment to make this happen. So I encourage every single one of us and the audience to be present that day. Now moving on to another topic. Thank you, Councilmember White, for mentioning the senior social. I know it's exciting. I know that speaking to Fabiola, nobody was going to be turned away. So I know that they were going to try to get a few little extra meals. So even if you have not scheduled, show up. I know I'm going to be there. You're going to be there. So we will definitely pitch in and get you a meal, but please show up because this is a great opportunity. Talking to Regina with Meals on Wheels, she's excited. We wanted this in Greenfield for quite some time. So please, seniors and caregivers, because the caregivers are welcome as well, please show up and let's just know a little bit more of what our seniors really want in the city of Greenfield. What else can I share? Well, I'm going to be sending out my email with all my different information of the great conference that I attended with Mayor Pro Tem at Cal Cities and Manager Wood. It was amazing. Not a lot of workshops like we expected, and that's part of the conversation I was having with Councilmember White. Our rural communities are always left out. It's always about the big cities, the big money, the big funding, right? But it's never about the key issues in our community: housing, mental health, you name it. Water is huge across the state of California, and sadly that wasn't a big conversation piece this time around in the Cal Cities. One of the biggest things that was said at the Cal Cities was social media, how it's playing a big part, and I'm glad that this is the perfect moment for me to address this issue. A lot of people like to hide behind a profile on social media and attack council members, attack community members. I invite people to come to the front. I know there's always going to be another story, whatever they want to say. I know it's campaign season in Greenfield as well. In other cities, it gets dirty. And you could come after me how many times you want, but I'm going to remind the public, I'm going to remind my colleagues, I am Councilwoman Martinez. I am the one that's running. Do not get my family involved. Don't talk about my kids. Don't talk about my husband. Don't talk about my parents. I am here. Judge me on my policy making decisions. And if you feel that I'm not doing a capable job, it's fine. Election time is coming around and there's two great candidates on the table. And I welcome everyone to please use your voice to make yourself go out there and vote. But please, let's not hide behind a profile. Please, let's stop this defamation. And I know that as a council, we could take legal matters, speaking to several attorneys at the Cal Cities regarding how do we bring civility back to the council. We council members with community members, because I am not going to tolerate this any longer. I've been messed around with so many times, and this is where I'm putting my foot down. And I know that social media, it could be beneficial because we're literally that bridge between local government and our community, which is amazing. I love talking to every single one of my constituents, whether you love me or you don't, I'm out there. But when you find me, bring me those issues in person. Don't hide behind a profile. And again, social media, let's use it to our advantage, council members. I know that I was looking at my council page, when was it, like 2 weeks ago? And I was surprised. Councilmember Tipton, you've been visiting my page quite some time, which is exciting. I was wondering, do you want to do a collaboration on social media? Since I was like, that was like my top fan. I was like, wow, thank you for that, Councilmember Tipton. And I will end with that. Again, the beautiful, diverse community of Greenfield represented with our indigenous community. Thank you for being here. Gracias por estar aquí. And I will end my comments with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Tipton.
So actually, I was also going to mention the senior social. I've also been approached a couple of times. I know I brought this up when we first put in the new pedestrian crossings with the guardrails, and I'd actually asked if they were going to be textured, and they're not. And I've actually had a couple of people approach me that the handrails are extremely slippery, especially if there's a little bit of moisture in the air, like after a light rain or when there's fog in the air. And a couple of people have nearly fallen. So I'd actually like to see about getting those replaced with textured stainless steel, as I'd asked for quite some time ago, because the slick stainless steel just doesn't work. Those are already there for the elderly and for the people that need help walking down the slight incline. So having them be a little bit more textured would be great. The other thing I have is I'm getting a lot of complaints from the Creek Bridge houses down the south area about parking. I've talked to an awful lot of people that are having serious complaints about parking, including people that are double parking on the street all night. And as everybody knows, and as Chief Langborg can clearly attest, those streets are already very narrow, almost too narrow as it is. And if you've got double parking going on those streets, that could definitely lead to some hazardous situations. The other thing I have is overcrowding. I've gotten a couple of complaints about houses being obviously overcrowded. I had a complaint of one of the new houses over on Elm, where approximately 20 people are living in a 4-bedroom house. And the problem is that there's also about 19 cars associated with that. And they're parking across the lawn, they're parking across the driveway, they're parking they're parking on Elm, they're parking across the street on Elm. And they're making a hazardous situation there for the people that, not only that, because of the congestion, the number of cars that are there, but also for the people nearby that are having to deal with comings and goings at all hours of the day and night. So if we could, we definitely need to go forward. I know we've discussed a couple of times about doing a parking ordinance and possibly about doing a rental ordinance. And I think we need to proceed with that sooner rather than later. And actually, I think that's all I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. It feels like forever since we've been here. It feels good to be back. So I wanted to actually start off with, I want to thank Laura. I think Laura mentioned it in her public comment. I already had it on my list about, I would like to get 2 updates from staff. And I think I mentioned this before, but the first one about the community park, I know there was the land purchase that we needed to complete. So I just, I would like to get an update on the community park very soon and see where we're at on that. And then also the Greenfield signs, I would like to get another update. The signs have gone down since before I've been in council. My term is up. I was hoping to have the signs up before my term was completed the first time. So we really need to get on that. I know we talked about issues with one of the sites, but we all talked and discussed as a council that we would like the other sign to go up that is not having any issues, and we still haven't seen any progress on that. So community, we're trying to get that going for everyone. I know that when I lived away for a little bit, that when my husband was going to school and we'd come to Greenfield, it really wouldn't feel like home until you saw those signs. So I know how important those signs are to our community and those living here, those who grew up here. Those signs mean something. So I really want to get on that as soon as possible. Let's see, I wanted to mention the high school sports that are going on right now, the fall sports. If you guys can make it out and catch a game and show some support for our local high school. We have football and cheerleading going on right now. There's field hockey. If you guys haven't seen field hockey live, I highly recommend you do. I actually caught a couple games last year. And it's very interesting. It was a lot different. It's not like they show in the movies where girls are like pushing each other around and stuff. Like I thought it was like almost like football, but it's not. But check it out. We have cross country going on and volleyball. So you can see the game, look up the games on the Greenfield High website. Try to catch a game, go support our local youth. And I did want to mention, we did go to the Cal City Conference. I've been to this specific conference twice. And I gotta say, I was a little disappointed this time around. It didn't feel like there was a lot of information to bring back to our specific community. Some of the workshops I attended, it really was focused on bigger cities and their issues that they have, not so much on our rural, small community. But I will be, checking in with Paul and talking about what we can bring here, because he was at the conference as well. And just see, what we can take from that conference. But yeah, just a little disappointed, but it's okay. Hopefully, we could just get together, Council Member Martinez and chat with Paul and me and Paul chat together and see what exactly we could pick, cherry pick from there. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna have no comments tonight. I'll save it to the next meeting. We have a big agenda, so we want to get through it. So moving on to our consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one action of the city council unless a request for removal for discussion or explanation is received prior to the time council votes on the motion to adopt. Do we have any public comments on the consent? Any online?
Hello.
Yes, we could hear you.
Hi, my name is Adriana Serrato. I'm asking for the council to take action against Councilwoman Martinez for her conduct.
We can't talk about that right now. The only thing we're talking about is a consent calendar. So we can't accept any questions or any comments. That should have been addressed back 15 or 20 minutes ago. So I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to say that and just say that we really need to address this issue and stop hiding with stories, and please
Yeah,
look
we have
at
to
the
stop.
facts.
Okay, no comments. So can I get a motion?
Actually, I'd like to pull H1. I have a question about one of the items.
Okay.
I actually sent quite a list of questions about this, and I think I've worked through most of the questions, but there is still one that I had a question about. There's a line item to drive customs, and it says it's for new Camry equipment installed. Is this the vehicle that was damaged? That
No, this is a new vehicle from the Enterprise Fleet Service. It's administrative vehicle, and yes, emergency equipment, lights, sirens, all that stuff.
okay?
Drive Customs is the shop that installs equipment.
Okay. Like I said, it was just one of those things. I don't think we were aware that it was a new vehicle coming in, and it was just one of those things. It's like, wait a minute, because as I mentioned just a minute ago, I know we had a problem a while back where a Camry was damaged during an incident. So I was wondering if we were actually trying to front the bill for that, or if it was something different.
Something different.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the only question I needed to.
That's it. Okay, anybody else like to pull anything, or can I entertain a motion?
So move, Mayor.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none. So thank you. Consent calendar carries. Moving on to mayor's presentation, proclamations, communications, and resolutions. I1 is, I'll be doing a lot of reading now. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Greenfield honoring Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services and declaring September 2022 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Greenfield. Whereas the character of our community is revealed in how we treat our most vulnerable. And whereas each year, 19 in every 100,000 children in our community will be diagnosed with cancer. And whereas cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease among children, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, congenital anomalies, and AIDS combined. And whereas during the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, Jacob's Heart has been keeping medically fragile children and families housed, fed, and emotionally supported by steadfastly adhering to the following commitments. 1, parents of children with cancer and other serious illnesses will be relieved of financial fears and able to focus attention on their children. Number 2, no child undergoing intensive treatment in our community will be homeless. 3, families of seriously ill children will not experience food insecurity during and after the pandemic. And number 4, no child, seriously ill child in our community will ever miss a medical appointment because of a lack of transportation. And whereas Jacob's Heart holds the memories and honors legacies of hundreds of children from our local community and have been lost to cancer, ensuring that their memories will never be forgotten. And whereas the oncology department at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford has worked closely with Jacob's Heart for the past 24 years as a trusted community partner in providing family-centered care that addresses the emotional, practical, and financial struggles of families of children with cancer in the city of Greenfield. And whereas it is important for all Greenfield city residents to recognize the impact of pediatric cancer on families within our community and honor the children in our community whose lives have been cut short by cancer. Now, therefore, I, Lance Walker, Mayor of the City of Greenfield, hereby declare September 2022 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Greenfield, and do hereby honor Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services for outstanding support to our community, and acknowledge the organization's contributions to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, dated September 13th, 2022. So sad, children that have cancer, and this is a great proclamation. So anybody else would like to say a few words on this?
Well, first of all, thank you to whoever was the author behind that proclamation, bringing it to the city. One of the things that I was thinking as you were reading through that, Mayor, was that, this being the month to provide awareness on childhood cancer. I know we have a lot of issues in just right here in our beautiful Salinas Valley. Pesticides are one of the biggest issues that, link back to cancer, childhood cancer in a specific. So I was thinking in the past, I know we have issues when we want to do a proclamation, then sometimes we don't get that agency. Specifically in the month of September, we celebrate Rachel Carson, which I hope all of you know who she was. Amazing pioneer who brought awareness when it comes to pesticides and cancer. And so I was thinking, Mayor, if maybe you yourself that day could host something here at City Hall where we could invite families, because we have many families in Greenfield, children with cancer, and invite them not only to get a proclamation, but a tour of City Hall. It could be something as simple with cookies and milk, I mean, you name it, but I think that would be something symbolic if we could do something for September 27, which is Rachel Carson's day, her birthday. And she was amazing. And if you guys get a chance to read her book, Rachel Carson, and you will know a little bit more of the history behind childhood cancer.
Okay, thank you. And who can you get this to somebody in that? Perfect, okay.
Do we have somebody in the audience, Mary?
Oh, right. Oh, there you are. Would you like to say a few words?
My name is Hannah Velasquez.
Why don't you get step up?
My name is Hema Velasquez. I'm here as a representative of Jacob Hart Children's Cancer Support Services. I just want to thank you, Mayor Walker and Council, for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness and for your continuous support and making sure that no family in the Greenfield community battles childhood cancer alone. So thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. So I'll leave this with you.
You don't want to go take a picture. Take a picture. Do you want me to take it for you? Because they know we're excited. We always want.
Yeah,
no,
no, we have a whole call too, so that's gonna go in our hall. If you're okay with it.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, moving on to I2 is.
Mayor, and may I interrupt again? Sorry. Since I know we always have people that don't show up to get their proclamations, I think what a better way, if the council agrees, to be able to give the recognition of our Hispanic Heritage Month to our amazing youth leaders that are here with us today from the organization field. If that could be something that we say yes.
Great idea.
Yes to.
You betcha. Okay, proclamation of the City Council of the City of Greenfield declaring September 15th, 2022 to October 15th, 2022 is Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas Hispanic culture constitutes the foundation of the history of the state of California and the Southwest region of the United States, and Latin Americans are justly proud of their rich and diverse cultural heritage. Having made positive contributions to the social, artistic, linguistic, and intellectual aspects of our society, and whereas generations of proud, hardworking, enterprising Latin Americans have contributed to and have strengthened our communities with countless achievements in their abiding values in the home and family. And whereas as we observe Hispanic Heritage Month, the city encourages all members of the community to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of Hispanics in our community and the importance of social justice and fair representation for the Hispanic community in all aspects of city life and experience. Now, therefore, I, Lance Walker, on behalf of the Greenfield City Council, do hereby declare the period of September 15th, 2022 to October 15th, 2022 as Hispanic Heritage Month. In the city of Greenfield, in recognition of the many contributions Hispanics have made to our country and to promote greater awareness of the rich history, the culture of the Hispanic community. In witness, therefore, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the city of Greenfield, California, to be affixed this 13th day of September 13th, 2022. So this is also another great proclamation. I know here in Greenfield, I want to say we're about 93, 94% Hispanic, and We thank the Hispanic community, and I know throughout Monterey County, I want to say it's about 61% Hispanic. So this is also a great proclamation, and we thank you very much. Any other words?
I know that a lot of people have controversy. I myself have controversy with the whole Hispanic word because that's not really who we are. But I know that this is the first step moving forward, and I highly appreciate the council, Mayor Walker, for constantly bringing this forward. And this is a great opportunity. So if I could, if you could do the honor of bringing Field up to receive this wonderful proclamation. And I know that we didn't clap also for the Jacob's Heart. So I think that we should, I know we're getting back into the role of being at the council chambers, but I think both proclamations deserve a wonderful round of applause.
Definitely. Another round of applause. I haven't read this much in a long time. So moving on to I3 is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Greenfield proclaiming September 2022 as National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. Whereas mental health and substance abuse use disorders affect all communities nationwide, with commitment and support, those impacted can embark on a journey of improved health and overall wellness. And whereas the focus of National Recovery Month in this September is to celebrate all people that make the journey of recovery possible. And whereas the impact of mental health and substance use disorders is apparent in our local community, and an estimated 22 million people in the United States age 12 or older self-reported needed substance abuse treatment in the past year. And whereas through Recovery Month, people become more aware and able to recognize the signs of mental health and substance use disorders, and encourages people in need of recovery services to seek help. And whereas Recovery Month observance continues to work to improve the lives of those affected by mental health and substance use disorders by raising awareness and educating communities about the effective services that are available. And whereas prevention of mental and substance use disorders works, treatments is effective, and people recover in our area and around the nation. And now therefore, for the above reasons, I am asking the citizens of the City of Greenfield to join me in celebrating this September as National Recovery Month. I, Mayor Lance Walker, on behalf of the Greenfield City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2022 as National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month throughout the City of Greenfield, and call upon our community to observe this month with compelling programs and events that supports this year's observance, the 33rd anniversary of the Recovery Month, by embracing the 2022 theme, recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community. So again, this is another awesome proclamation that drug addiction, alcoholism, mental health affects almost all of us in our families in one way or the other. So it's just a sad thing, and again, great proclamation.
I'd like to speak on this proclamation. I'm really happy that this is coming forward. Like Mayor said, you know, this has affected us in one way or another. We all know somebody who's dealing with addiction or has recovered from addiction. And, you know, to anyone suffering through addiction, you can get help, you can recover. You know, growing up, I had addiction around me. And so that honestly made me look at what I didn't want to be when I was a grown up. So as hard as it was seeing those people in my life that were addicted to whether it was alcohol or whether it was drugs, I knew what type of person I didn't want to be. And I didn't want to be a person that was addicted to any of those things. But not everybody thinks like that, and not everyone grows up, you know, with that mindset. There's a lot of people who, you know, monkey see, monkey do, and they think it's normal and it's okay because it was around them when they were a child. And so they continue that cycle. Just know you don't have to continue that cycle. You don't need to bring addiction into your life. But for those of you that are suffering through it, please get help. Your family loves you. They will support you through it. And I just want to say this is a really, really important proclamation because it's the things that we don't talk about. So thank you.
Any other comments? And the scary thing too with this fentanyl problem we're having, you know, it's just some of these kids that are 12 years old, they take one pill, you know, to help them study and they're gone, you know, so it's a sad thing, definitely. Is there anybody in the audience here that's for this proclamation? You know, Ann? No? Okay. Okay. Okay, moving on to I-4 is a presentation by Office of Senator Ana Caballero regarding the Young Legislatures Program, and we have Marissa that's here today. Hello, how you doing? Good evening.
Good evening, City Council. I am very excited to be here with you tonight and be able to present to you on our program. I also want to share, I have a PowerPoint that I am supposed to be a millennial, but
You might want to turn your microphone. I don't think your microphone's on. Is it on top? Is it on the top?
on the top of the microphone. Or you could just connect it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's on now. Oh, that was.
Thank you for the assistance. So I am very happy to be able to present to you on our Young Legislators Program. This is a program that we have been holding for the past 4 years almost, since 2019. And I'm very grateful to be here tonight because actually our first cohort was hosted here in the city of Greenfield. So thank you so much for your collaboration. We had students from throughout the Salinas Valley to be able to, be here. So this program, the reason why we do it is because this is an opportunity for students to be able to not only learn about how government works at the local, state, and federal level, but also be able to have the opportunity to learn about different topics, be able to have a mock hearing, be able to debate legislative bills, and also learn about civic engagement and hopefully be motivated to be civically engaged. So this year, we had to have still our program via Zoom, and it started on June 10th and ended on July 1st. So we had different speakers throughout our district that represented our different communities. We had Congressman Jim Costa from Fresno, to be able to talk to the students about the federal government. We had San Benito County Supervisor Bia Gonzalez, who talked about the Board of Supervisors and their role. We also had Councilwoman Jewel Hurtado from the City of Kingsburg to be able to talk about local government. And we also thought it was important to have a speaker from a school board. So we invited Board of Trustee Celeste Danielle from Gonzales Unified School District to be able to share with the students what a school board member does. And so our second session talked about mental health awareness, and we had two speakers. We had Alan Brooks, he's the president of Merced NAACP, and we also had Ms. Heather Walker-Jans. She's an educator and a therapist, and it was very important for us to be able to have a professional talk to our students about mental health, what resources are available to them. And the students actually had an opportunity to ask our therapists questions and get answers from a professional. Our third session, which was my favorite, was about civic engagement and elections. So we had Gina Martinez, the Register of Voters for Monterey County Office of Elections, be able to talk about what their role is and not only on a national election, but also a local election as well. We had our Chief of Staff, Luis Quinones, talk to the students about what his role is in our office. And then we had Ryan Gonzalez. He's a former student who joined our first cohort and talked about his experience. And he shared that with the students that through this program, he got motivated, and he's actually running for city council in the city of Firebaugh. And then for this third session, we had a mock hearing where the students were able to debate on two bills. We gave the students a list of topics of policy areas, and they decided on two specific bills the senator introduced. The first one is Senate Bill 1142, which is an access and support for abortion services. And then the second one was Senate Bill 1102. This is a carbon capture, sequestration, and utilization. And these were two very challenging bills, but the students did a phenomenal job. They were able to not only, share their remarks on support or opposition to the bill, but they had the experience on how to run a meeting, what it means to be a chair, a vice chair, a secretary. So we always want to make sure the students have this opportunity. And then our last session concluded with a trip to the Capitol where the students got to see the California Museum, and then also see the Capitol, be able to see the Senate floor session where the different members debate on the sessions. And then, so that would be it with my portion of the presentation. Now I would like to invite one of our participants from Greenfield, who was always there on time, Fermian Germán Martínez Crescencio. He will be sharing some remarks in Spanish about his experience.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Fermián Martínez. Soy estudiante de Greenfield High School del grado 10 y hoy vengo a compartirles sobre el programa de jóvenes líderes, cómo pueden ser un liderazgo en su comunidad, que buscan herramientas, de brindar herramientas y de desarrollar nuevas generaciones. Gracias.
That would be it for our presentation, unless you have any questions.
Okay, well, thank you both very much for that great information. And any comments or questions?
Yes, I have comments and I have questions. First of all, I'll go with the questions. So out of our Greenfield participation pool of youth, how many participants we had? Just one?
Unfortunately, yes.
And it was still all virtually, not
Yes,
hybrid?
all virtually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, if I might,
Yeah.
the young legislator, how did he feel participating? I mean, he got a chance to hear from council members, get a tour from Senator Caballero at the Capitol. So how did you feel? ¿Cómo te sentiste?
La verdad, me sentí muy bien. Es un buen programa para todos nosotros los estudiantes, que también que les pueda también dar las becas. Es lo que yo también entendí y pues para mí es un buen programa para todos los estudiantes que pueden participar en toda la comunidad, no nomás en Greenfield, sino en toda la comunidad. Es ir a aprender de desarrollar nuevas generaciones, aprender muchas cosas y cómo ser un joven liderazgo en la comunidad. Gracias.
Creo que te van a traducir.
Good evening. It was very interesting for me to learn how to get financial support. For me, it was very good to learn about all the programs, the tools, all the studies for the community, how to learn how to develop, how to create a new generation of youth in our community.
También te quería preguntar, I wanted to ask you, ¿cuántos idiomas hablas tú? Si te puedo preguntar eso. How many languages do you speak?
Soy indígena, hablo español, triqui y un poco en inglés.
Un poco en inglés.
I speak several languages. I speak my indigenous language, Triqui, Spanish, and a little bit of English.
So, yo lo que te quiero decir como concejal de esta comunidad, que es tu comunidad, que yo te miro todo lo que haces porque sé que andas ayudando con tu mamá, ayudas con Celebration Nation a dar comida, so he actually helps with his mother. They go out there every Sunday at Patriot Park and they're part of the team that gives the food with Celebration Nation, volunteers constantly, so his mom is a great role model in our community and I know he follows in those good footsteps. Pero de mí, para ti, te quiero decir que gracias por participar, porque esto es el gobierno local, de que a veces nos quejamos cómo funcionan las cosas, pero al final del día estuviste ahí presente, estuviste abogando por la comunidad de Greenfield, llevaste el nombre de Greenfield a Sacramento con la senadora Caballero, y yo sé que no es fácil y de verdad un orgullo porque no solamente eres bilingüe, eres trilingüe. Sigue así, no pierdas tus idiomas. Para que algún día estés en estas sillas, porque este es el gobierno local. Yo te quiero ver aquí como próximamente uno de los concejales de la comunidad de Greenfield. I don't know if you're going to translate that or.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you because you participated completing this workshop, and you not only that, but you got to see and represent in Sacramento for Mayor Caballero. You represented that community. You brought the name of Greenfield to this event. And you're not only bilingual, you speak 3 languages. You're a polyglot. And so I would like to see you further your participation in the community in the future.
Y por último, si tú le puedes dar un consejo a los jóvenes que están aquí presentes, porque tenemos jóvenes aquí presentes, ¿los invitarías a que participaran para el próximo año con la senadora Caballero?
Sí, sí, claro. Como dije hace rato, es un programa para todos los estudiantes. No importa, pues es un buen programa. Todos los estudiantes pueden participar. Y sí.
¿Qué fue lo más favorito? I asked him if he could encourage other youth, and I know our translator will translate that in a bit, but just to finalize, ¿qué fue tu cosa favorita de todo este trayecto con la senadora Caballero? What was your favorite part?
Donde me gustó es que ir dentro del, como a Casa del Sacramento, el
Capitolio.
museo, y me gustó las figuras, todo lo que hay ahí, como estatuas y todo eso, sí.
So I would like to invite the youth in the community to participate. It is a good program that is good for the youth in the community. And my favorite part in visiting with Mayor Caballero in Sacramento at the Capitol was looking at all the figures, the statues, and everything.
And lastly, Mayor, sorry, I take over the mic, but I'm so excited just to see him because the capacity, it's like, there's no excuses, youth of Greenfield. You have an opportunity. Here you have it. I mean, speaks 3 languages and he was able to attend because he wants to be civically engaged. And that's what we want. That's our job as local government, encourage the youth. But Marisa, with Senator Caballero, you are amazing. Constantly sending emails, letting us know about grant opportunities, the legislative program. Thank you for the work. I know it's not easy, but you do an amazing job representing Senator Caballero. Let her know that we all send her our wishes, great wishes. I know we'll lose her in I think 2 more years. But during the meantime, let her know that we're waiting for her here in the heart of the valley. And I'll end my comments at that. Any other colleague?
Well, thank you very much for representing Greenfield.
Marisa, can we take a picture of you and our young legislator? You know this young man. I do.
Okay, now moving on to I-5 is a presentation, Safe Routes to School. Take it away, Jamie.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Walker and council. So I'm just going to do a quick introduction and then we are going to have a representative from TMC's consultant do the presentation for us. So the Safe Routes to School, you are all aware, is a huge effort everywhere in order to make children's walking and biking to school safe. So the Transportation Agency for Monterey County is actually leading a plan to improve about 22 schools in the 4 South County cities. And Greenfield is the first city that they are working with. And we did wrap up school audits in the spring and then also observed conditions for drop off and pickup at 6 schools in Greenfield. And then TMC developed a draft list of infrastructure recommendations. And then I joined them for review of them in the field and online. And so as a result of that, we've come up with a temporary pop-up installation, which will be installed on Thursday. And it will be in for a month. And it's on, there are 3 different ones on 12th Street. One at Apple, one at Oak, and then the other one is at 12th and Elm, actually on Elm. And on that, I would like to introduce Amelia Conlin from Ecology Action. They're the planning group who has been leading this, and she will be joining us remotely. Hi, Amelia.
Good evening, everyone. Give me just a moment here to share my screen.
Take your time.
Okay. Okay, can you guys all see that okay?
We can.
Great. So sorry I can't be down there in person. My name is Amelia Conlin, and I'm a planner with Ecology Action, and we're one of the partner agencies working on this project. So here to present to you tonight on the Salinas Valley Safe Routes to Schools plan and on the temporary demonstration that Jamie mentioned that is going in this Thursday. And I want to start by appreciating Jamie, who joined midway through this project and has really jumped in. We can't thank her enough for all of her support. So I'll provide a quick overview of the project and then talk about the process that we're using to develop the Safe Routes to Schools plan, and then provide some more details about the project on 12th Street. So the Salinas Valley Safe Routes to Schools plan will develop recommendations to improve walking and biking routes to 22 schools in Greenfield, Soledad, Gonzales, and King City. This project is funded through a Caltrans planning grant, as well as through Measure X, local matching funds. And the planning process will take about 2 years. We kicked off the project at the beginning of this year and will wrap up in early 2024. And the project, as Jamie mentioned, is a partnership between the Transportation Agency for Monterey County, the Monterey County Health Department, Ecology Action, the 4 cities, and the 5 school districts in South County. And this is a schools-focused plan, but it will impact the entire community since many of the routes to school are used by community members walking and biking to other destinations within the city. And this will be a planning document, so this will be recommendations for future improvements, but it is geared towards implementation. The Transportation Agency for Monterey County has allocated $250,000 per city, so $250,000 for Greenfield, to install or construct some of the recommendations in this plan after the plan is adopted in 2024. So you will be able to see some on-the-ground improvements after the plan is complete. And an additional component of the planning process is developing steering committees in each city made up of parents, school and district staff, other community members interested in traffic safety. And the steering committees will lead a community process to help identify the highest priority projects that can be funded through that $250,000. So stay tuned for more information about that. We're reviewing the project list with the steering committee right now. And we'll be gearing up towards a community-wide voting process where community members can weigh in on the highest priority projects. So we're really excited that there's going to be some tangible improvements after this plan is complete. So here is the process that we use to develop the plan. We started this spring with parent outreach and school audits at each of the 6 Greenfield schools. And our team presented at 9 parent meetings, reaching 210 attendees, and those presentations all happened in Spanish. We sent out a parent survey asking about barriers to walking and biking and any safety concerns that parents have around any of the school sites, and received 437 responses from Greenfield parents. And we also held a community event outside the Greenfield Library where we gave out free tacos, invited people to come and talk to us about any safety issues that they have seen around any of the schools in Greenfield. And that was a great way to reach people that we hadn't spoken with already, especially students or recent graduates. We also, as Jamie mentioned, held school audits this spring at each of the schools in Greenfield. And these were an opportunity to observe the morning pickup or afternoon drop off and look at the traffic conditions around each of the school sites, observe any safety issues, whether it was from behavior of people who are walking or biking or driving, or from the infrastructure that was in place. And we had community members participate. We had a few council members participate in those audits, along with school and district staff and city staff. And that was a place to start the conversation about possible recommendations to improve safety. And then all of that data was used to develop the draft recommendations list that Jamie mentioned. We just wrapped up the process to review that draft recommendation list and are going to be sharing it with steering committee members shortly to get their feedback as well. And our next steps in this process are to share the draft recommendations back in those parent meetings and back to parents and school staff and get their feedback, make sure that the recommendations are the right fit for the school staff and for the community. And then we have selected a few of the draft recommendations to install on a temporary basis as a temporary installation or a pop-up. And this is a way to try something out for a month and get more feedback from community members on whether it's something that they would like to see be made permanent. And this is also a great way to support future grant applications. If the city does decide to pursue funding for these projects, it's great to have photos of people using the space and feedback from community members, hopefully saying that they like the project and would like to see it installed permanently. So this fall and into next year, we're going to be continuing that process in the other 3 cities. So conducting audits and doing parent outreach in the other 3 cities. And then we'll be holding temporary installations in the other 3 cities next year. So we appreciate Greenfield taking the lead on this project. And all of the information will be written up into a draft plan next summer. We will be back before you next fall to present the draft plan and get your feedback. And then expect to be back before you at the end of 2023 or early 2024 to present the final plan. So the temporary installation will be installed this Thursday. So Friday, September 16th will be the first official day of the demonstration, and it will be in place for a month through October 14th. And we selected 12th Street as the location for the demonstration project. For one, because it connects the 3 schools of Arroyo Seco, Oak Avenue Elementary, and Vista Verde, but also because we received by far the most public comments during public outreach about 12th Street. So 12th Street really emerged as a priority for the community, and that's why this corridor was selected. We will be installing temporary curb extensions and high visibility crosswalks at the intersections of 12th and Apple and 12th and Oak, and a temporary traffic island at the intersection of 12th and Elm. And I will talk shortly about what that will look like. So here is the concept plan for the 2 intersections of 12th and Oak and 12th and Apple. So at 12th and Apple, we'll be installing high visibility crosswalks. And then the white outlines that you see here are the temporary curb extensions. And curb extensions are meant to provide more protected space for people walking at the intersection. They shorten the crossing distance for people who are walking, which improves safety. And they also make people who are walking more visible to drivers. So you're not having to peek out behind a parked car when you're waiting to cross the street. It's very clear to drivers when you're waiting to cross. At 12th and Oak, the high visibility crosswalks are already in place, so we will just be adding the temporary curb extensions. And then at 12th and Elm, we will be installing a temporary traffic island. That's the orange shape you see there in the middle of the intersection. And this is meant to install a little vertical element in the intersection to slow down drivers when they're making the turn from 12th Street to Elm, approaching the school. So here is an example of what you will see at 12th and Oak and 12th and Apple. This is a temporary installation project that we did in Salinas earlier this year. This is Westminster Drive near Hardin Middle School. And you can see the white tape is the outline of the temporary curb extension, that the orange delineators provide some protected space for pedestrians when they're waiting to cross. And there were temporary high visibility crosswalks included in this project as well. And if the city did decide to move forward with a permanent project, here's an example of what it could look like. So you can see that the sidewalk has been extended out past the level of the parked cars. So again, shortening that crossing distance for pedestrians and making people who are waiting to cross really visible to drivers, which helps improve safety at intersections. So we have been doing our best to get the word out about this project. We have sent out mailers to 2,100 households. That's just about all of the households west of the freeway in Greenfield. And those were sent out 3 weeks and 1 week before the installation. We have banners up now in English and Spanish at each of the 3 intersections on 12th Street. And I should have mentioned that the mailers were also bilingual. And bilingual outreach materials were sent out through the schools and through the district, as well as the survey link that people can use to give their input on the temporary installation. We have just produced videos in Spanish and Triqui explaining the demonstration. And so we'll be working with the schools and with the school district to send those out, helping to get the word out in as many ways as we can. And I will add that the district has been an amazing partner throughout this project and has really supported us and helped get the word out to the community. We will have staff on site this Friday and then once a week while the pop-up is in place over the next month, doing in-person outreach before and after school, handing out flyers with a survey link, handing out surveys, and helping to explain the project and answer questions. And then we will be posting boxes with hard copy surveys at each of the intersections along the route. These surveys will be placed in pre-stamped and self-addressed envelopes to make it as easy as possible for people to fill out a survey and mail it in. Because really our goal with this project is to get as much input as we can from the community and hear what they think and whether they would like to see these changes be made permanent. So we would love to have you take a walk down 12th Street while the temporary installation is in place and take the survey to tell us what you think. I've got our project website up on the screen here. You can access that through the QR code. If you do not have internet access, or if you prefer to do the survey over the phone, you can give us a call and do the survey that way as well. And you can also grab a hard copy survey from one of the boxes along the route and mail it back to us. So I would love to hear any questions that you have. That concludes my presentation, and thank you for your time tonight.
Okay, Amelia, thank you very much. Yeah, great work. You know, we got to keep our kiddos safe, and it's kind of nice knowing that Greenfield has spearheaded the whole thing off here in South County. So looking forward to it.
I wanted to say a few comments. Hi, Amelia. I hope you remember me bothering you at every site. I know that Mayor Pro Tem and I had the opportunity to be out there. I went to every single school except Mary Chapa and Oak. I missed those two schools. And it was amazing. Honestly, it was a team effort. Even our police officers were out there. Officer de la Torre was there. Gutierrez was there at one time, Sergeant Gutierrez, which was amazing, even though they kind of defeated the purpose because the different drivers would see the men in uniform out there and they would kind of slow down. So we wouldn't be able to collect that data. But I know that it was a wonderful conversation. And like I mentioned in the beginning during my council comments, the social media plays a huge role in a positive or negative way. I collected all that data, so I have all those pictures. And like I've mentioned to the colleagues here up in the council with me and City Manager Wood, I know that in the future, we could even use that information or that data that we collected to go after grants because of several incidents that have happened throughout the streets. And I know when we were doing the whole survey out in Vista Verde, the conversation came about Elm, and I know Bob has said it, Councilmember White, I have said it, everybody up has mentioned, you know, the speeding in Elm, which is horrible. We have the middle school, we have the senior citizen complex on both ends, Magnolia and Los Ositos. And we always said, and it came out several times, you heard it, Amelia, during the conversation, somebody's gonna get hit. Somebody's gonna be run over. And sadly, after this concluded, or when you guys wrapped up the whole survey, somebody did get hit and they lost their life tragically in that area. And speeding and, you know, other things involved, but you know, it just kind of shook everybody up to the point that, you know, that's why it's important to show up. That's why it's important to continue to be voicing our concerns. So I'm glad that 12th Street was chosen. I know that specifically a lot of the community had that issue with the connection of 12th Street from Elm to Oak because of the lack of sidewalks. And even now with construction with Magnolia, it is horrible. I know we'll get there eventually, but I know that that was the biggest concern as well when it came to 12th Street. And I'm excited that Greenfield, yes, like Mayor Walker mentioned, we were leading the way. We actually told Gino, you know, go back and take it to other cities and be like, not only did they have community at every site, community members, police officers, public works employees at the same time, but you had council members that were present that wanted to voice their concerns. We took pictures. Everything was just wonderful, documenting everything, the conversation as we wrapped up every site. I know I forgot something that I was going to mention and it's not coming to me right now, but overall it was great. I'm glad to see the participation also now that you guys have a committee in Greenfield. I know Manager Wood has participated and I believe we have like over 30 folks or so that are in that committee from Greenfield. So that shows interest of how our community wants to make Greenfield a safer place, not only for pedestrians, but just in general for the public. And oh, that's what I was remembering. I just wanted to send a huge shout out to some of the ladies that I met through the different school sites that were very involved. Even one that did not have any children there anymore, but she's a teacher over at Arroyo Seco. So Aurora, kudos to her. She was there. She was documenting everything. She even brought her little notebook. Maria Isabel over at the high school. Beatriz Diaz, president of LULAC, who was at every single site, even though sometimes, physically she couldn't be out there, but she was there. Cesar Chavez, that have the biggest concern when it came to like parents just taking over the drop-off zone and that causing like a huge traffic issue where kids are about to, be hit. So thank you to all the team that came down, Gino, Amelia, that I got a chance to work with both of you, and just keep up the good work. And I'm excited to see what Greenfield comes up with next with the leadership of our committee here in Greenfield.
Okay, I had some comments, and Amelia, thank you so much for doing this presentation. I know in the traffic committee, when we spoke about this the last time, it was kind of hard for me to envision what exactly it was, and I believe you were showing me, but I couldn't see very well through Zoom. So seeing it right now, I was like, yes, this looks amazing. This looks like it's going to make a huge difference in the safety of our children that are walking to and from school. I know a lot of people, we're going to hear it, so get ready. We're going to hear about them not liking it, but safety is our priority. And I also wanted to say to our community members here, to our community members online listening, our traffic safety committee is still open to community members. So if you want to jump in, come see us at the city, ask about how to get involved. We do need more community members involved in the traffic safety committee, because it's these committees that are pushing the safety of our whole city forward. And not just with the school sites, but every single aspect of traffic safety in the city. So thank you again, Amelia, and thank you, Jamie, for being present. And like she said, you've been very involved since you jumped on board, and that's, that's amazing. Thank you so much. So our community appreciates you.
Thank you. And I do want to add, Amelia is going to share those videos with me. And so we'll be able to put them on all of our Facebook pages. So I'll be putting them on the Public Works page, and then I'll disperse through Ed so that we can all get them on our pages as well. And if you do want to take a look before the install, it has been what we call the cat tracked. So you will see some white paint. It's very faint, and it's dashed lines. You will see those pop outs currently out there right now. And when they do the install, I just want to thank the fire department. They've already driven it and provided a little bit of feedback, and they are going to drive it while we're doing the install also, so we can make field adjustments for the fire truck. Thank you.
Comments or questions? Okay, thanks, Jamie. Amelia, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to J, we're going to adjourn to closed session. Travis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items J1 through J5 are closed session government code section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. All of the agency designated representatives of the city manager and the city attorney, and the employee organizations include the Greenfield Professional Firefighters, the Service Employees International Union Local 521, the Non-Represented Employees Unit, Non-Sworn Police Personnel Unit, and the Greenfield Police Officers Association. And before we adjourn, Mr. Mayor, if there's any public comments regarding the closed session items.
Okay, any public comments from anybody here in the audience? Seeing none. How about online, Ann? None? Okay, we will see you when we get back.
Oh, there you are.
Yes. My hands are from writing so much.
Oh my gosh, I don't know how you do it, really.
Well, you see my notes.
Yeah, I've seen your notes. I see how you write.
Very carefully. Well, the typing hurts worse than writing, but I think like more the last couple of weeks because of coming back. It hurts so bad sometimes.
Arthritis or?
Carpal tunnel. Ooh. They're shocked. Well, they're trying to keep me from having to go to surgery.
Yeah.
Well, if I go to surgery, I am out for 8 weeks. No driving. No nothing.
Yeah.
So my boss is obviously very much into me doing physical therapy all day.
Right, do anything you can.
Exactly. So.
Lance. You need somebody to read something. Why don't you have Mayor Pro Tem read that so you don't have to?
That's okay. Actually, thank goodness it has gotten worse. It's pretty much stayed the same. So.
Okay.
Well, I'm wondering if the lights can have something to do with it too. Well, it started, like I said, it's all, I don't know why, I was driving home and just started getting that. It's a slight.
Sorry for you when you're having to read all that stuff.
It's more of a vision type of, like flashes, strange. I just picked Excedrin. They haven't Excedrin. Yeah, that's it. Excedrin. You know what's in it? It's caffeine. Yeah. It's caffeine. I took 3 of them when on the way, so that I think it got the problem. Okay. Okay, we're going to reconvene open session, and there is nothing to report. So moving on to L, public hearings. L1, introduce and read by title only. First reading of an ordinance of the municipal code regarding building signage standards and maximum hours of operation for commercial cannabis facilities. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jerry Hittleman, contract planner with the city of Greenfield. I'm going to share a PowerPoint with you. Okay. Can everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. So as stated, this is municipal code updates to chapter 5.28, medicinal and adult use cannabis. Just for some background, chapter 5.28, medicinal cannabis operations were adopted in 2016. And then chapter 5.28 was amended in 2017 to allow and regulate both medicinal and adult use cannabis uses. Now, cannabis dispensary hours, which is one of the subjects for the municipal code update tonight, are regulated in section 5.28.220.A. Want to start out by pointing out that the state law allows dispensaries to operate from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. This section of the Greenfield Code restricts hours from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. currently. Now, moving on to cannabis dispensary signage, it's regulated also in chapter 5.28 under section 1.50. And exterior signage for dispensaries is now limited to one sign, not to exceed 15 square feet, Dispensaries are also allowed to have a door and or window sign not to exceed 10 square feet. Proposed, starting out with hours of operation revision. As you can see, I'll read through this, but in the red highlighted text, that'll be the change that staff is recommending. Cannabis dispensary or retail facilities may only be open to customers between the hours of 9 a.m. and 10 o'clock p.m. and with all in-store sales transactions finished by 10 p.m. So we want to make sure that everybody's out of the dispensary by 10 p.m. That can operate as many as 7 days per week. Now, this is, as I showed before, consistent with state law. It's also consistent with hours of operation for dispensaries. Some surrounding cities, Seaside is 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Salinas is 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. as well. And then Hollister is 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. As you may know, security plans for cannabis dispensaries require perimeter fencing, exterior cameras that are accessible to the Greenfield Police Department 24 hours a day. So if they are operating at nighttime hours, there is a proper security plan in place. And because of that, we've heard from Acting Police Chief Mixer that he had no concerns with the extended hours. Moving on to dispensary signage. As stated before, you can now have one exterior sign not to exceed 15 square feet, and then a door or window sign not to exceed 10 square feet. Now, the revision to cannabis dispensary signage is to allow cannabis dispensaries in only the commercial highway, CH, and light industrial zones, IL zones, to have a maximum of 100 square feet of exterior signage on 2 of the building facades. And the signage cannot extend beyond the height of the roof or roof canopy of the building. Now, signage for cannabis cultivation, processing facilities, and dispensaries in other zone districts will remain at 15 square feet. So there is one dispensary in town on 4th Street, and this is pretty much what the signage they desire to have on the building canopy, and that's a little bit under 100 square feet. So this type of signage would be allowed on only 2 facades of the building. So this item was brought before the Planning Commission on August 2nd, 2022, and they recommended approval of the revisions to Chapter 5.28 for both hours of operation and the increased signage. Received no public comments during that meeting. This action would be exempt from CEQA. And then, given that information, staff recommends the following, that the motion be to read by title only and introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Greenfield approving amendments to the City of Greenfield Municipal Code related to cannabis dispensary hours of operation or the extended hours and cannabis dispensary signage for a little bit of increased signage in the CH and IL zones. With that, I thank you. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, any comments before we open up the public hearing? Questions or anything? Okay, we will open up the public hearing.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. It's nice to see everyone. My name is Sal Palma. I'm the owner of Higher Level of Care over on 4th Street. The rendering that Jerry showed in the presentation. And I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the two proposed amendments to the municipal code section 5.28. So I guess taking them one by one regarding the signage, the rendering that Jerry showed is actually what we submitted with our original application and what was approved by Planning Commission and subsequently the City Council for our conditional use permit. When we went to open our doors and submitted our application for our signage permit, it came to light that what was approved was in conflict with the regulations that were passed in 2016. So this would allow us to move forward and install our permanent signage based upon the design that was originally approved. And I don't need to really get into the details of it since Jerry was nice enough to show the rendering of what we're proposing. Regarding the hours of operation, again, like Jerry stated, the hours in the current ordinance, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. were passed in 2016, a couple of years before the state regulations actually came out that allow for cannabis retailers to operate between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. The current cutoff of 7 p.m. does create some challenges for individuals to be able to get to us once they get off work and before we close. And we do get a lot of feedback from customers and medical patients of ours that they often have to drive to Salinas because of this. So inconvenience to the local customers and patients that we have here. And, the city also losing some tax revenue that it could be capturing on top of it. We're just a little bit less than 3 weeks away from our October 1st 1-year anniversary. I think that we've been able to show a track record of operating safe and effectively. Over this time, we've generated about $185,000 in tax revenue for the city. We think these extended hours can increase that number by 25 to 30%. So we think that our year 2 tax revenue generation could be north of $250,000, just north of 250,000. Something else to note, King City does have a couple retail operations that are under construction right now that are going to be opening soon, and their current ordinance does allow those retailers to open up or to stay open until 10 o'clock. I think that additionally, we'll be able to add about 4 or 5 employees with these extended hours as well. So a little bit of job creation in addition. I would propose one minor tweak to the resolution as it's proposed and ask that we actually be able to open up at 8 a.m. Rather than 9 p.m. as Jerry or 9 a.m. As Jerry stated, the current state regulations are 6 a.m. Some of the other cities we operate in have those hours. We don't open at 6 a.m. in those municipalities. So if you wanted to just be consistent with state law, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. would be great. If not, I would suggest and humbly request that we be able to open up at 8 a.m. and make that minor tweak to the resolution. And thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks. We have a hand raised, I see.
Good day, City Council. My name is Laura. I was hearing the cannabis is trying to make some more accommodations. Keep in mind all the promises that they made back in 2017. How many promises have they come forward? I think leave what they have now, have them work what they have now. Make sure that they come forward with the promises already made before you make any more recommendations for them. I think we already have a problem with drug addicts around in town. You have Officer Mayo having so many complaints in the high school with finding students with weed or drugs in their backpacks. I think our community doesn't need these people here. You go down Highway 101 and the cannabis. I mean, what are we really putting out to the public that's driving around our community, the tourists that come in? I mean, what are we really showing them that we are a community of drug addicts. I don't think we need this hours extended or for us to make any more accommodations. Tell them, ask for them to make their promises come forward. They haven't yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no more hands raised or no more comments, so we'll close out the public hearing, bring it back to council comments.
I just had one clarification. Under the authority and procedures section there, it talks about the maximum area of 100 square feet on two sides of the building. I assume that's 100 square feet total, not 200 square feet, correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That would actually be 100 square feet for each facade. So when you saw it, that was just for one sign. They could do two of those signs.
So it is 200.
Yes.
Sal, maybe you can answer this one. What's the size of the sign that you're proposing on your rendering? What are you looking at there?
It's just under 100 square feet in aggregate in both sides. That's what we would be proposing.
At this point, I would feel more comfortable if it was just 100 total rather than the 200. I mean, 200 square feet and signed is a lot.
Recognize that it's it's facing the freeway, so you have to be able to see it from a fair distance. Because realize that like the speed limit signs, the numbers are like 5 feet tall.
But what Sal's saying though, is their sign now that they're proposing is under 100 square feet.
Right.
So.
I mean, I'm fine with it.
I have a question. So I know that it would have been great if we would have seen like any pre and post data from both Sal, Mr. Palma, your business, your evaluation according to you, your customers had suggested that, this was kind of causing a burden for them, knowing that your shop would open at 10 a.m., right? It opens at 10 a.m. So you guys don't have anything like that you collected from your customers. And then the other piece was for interim chief mixer. So from the data that you have, there has been no crime rate whatsoever around the dispensary area, nothing that would be alarming to you. I know that like the community member mentioned, there is an issue at the high school with narcotics at the time. And then so those are two questions. And the third one would be, Mr. Palma, how could you, I know that you have been very active and unfortunate, a lot of the different events, programming, you name it in the city of Greenfield do not actually label or do not highlight the donors or the contribution where it comes from. I know that our Harvest Festival that's around the corner is being sponsored by Flora, I believe. That's one of the logos that I had seen. So it's very good also from the part of the city to educate the public. Like this event also has like a small contribution from cannabis, because you guys do a lot, specifically you, Mr. Palma. And so I think that's a way that you could be informing the public, because you do a lot of donation. I've seen you yourself going out there and cleaning the streets, and I know it doesn't really pertain to this topic right now, but where I'm getting at too is that we need that educational component, and hopefully I'm asking you, would you be able to consider having like maybe something working with Chief Mixer to work not only within the school system but outside the school system, where you could have like a small workshop with the community, especially our youth, and just educating them around the whole issue of narcotics, specifically black market versus regulated cannabis, because I think that's the biggest taboo out there. And because of recent media information that is out there, I know that even Mayor mentioned the whole fentanyl, and now it's being included in some of the black market cannabis. So it's alarming. We want to educate the public, and we want to let the public know you are part of the good guys. You are part of the good team, right? Because you're being regulated on a day-to-day basis. So those are my three questions. 2 for you, Mr. Palma, and 1 for you, Acting Chief Mixer.
Excellent question regarding the safety of the children and where they probably obtain some of the illegal cannabis. And it's not from the legitimate businesses, it's coming from the black market, maybe from different grows, and it's coming from out of the area. So yes, our youth are obtaining illegal cannabis and illegal drugs, but not through the legitimate businesses. Oh, and there's been zero crime related to the storefront, to the area around it. No robberies, no people followed, no carjackings, nothing like that. So nothing violent associated with the business,
No break-ins.
no break-ins.
It's good to know.
Can I hear from you, Mr. Palma, regarding the 2 questions?
Thank you. Yeah, it's Chief Mixer and I have a great working relationship together. So we would be more than happy to do some community outreach in conjunction with the police department. And the other question exactly was,
The pre and post, if you guys have any of that feedback that you mentioned receiving from your customers regarding this, how the store hours currently affect their day-to-day that they have to commute out of the area to be able to get a hold of their cannabis or their medicinal. cannabis
yeah, I mean,
cannabis.
it's kind of, we hear it on a daily basis. It's not something where we have them documented or sign a petition. Maybe we should have have done that. But we do hear it regularly on a day-to-day basis because of the limited hours and people having, family obligations and other obligations before work, after work, making it difficult to be able to get to us inside of our limited hours of operation right now.
Okay, so maybe as an FYI, just in the future, have like some sort of little survey, customer survey that you could provide and have that evidence, not only for us, the council, but also the public. So thank you for that. In a day, how many customers actually go into your dispensary?
We're seeing, depending on the day, on Sundays, which are our busiest days, probably a lot having to do with the fact that people a lot of times can't get in during the week because of work, so they're coming in on the weekends. We'll see north of 200 people on a Sunday. Our average day is probably closer to the low to mid 100s.
Peak hour, where you have the most customers coming in?
Right before closing time, when everybody's scrambling to get there before we close. Yeah.
Have you store manager, right? Mr.
Yes.
Santibáñez? So have you yourself had to like turn away customers because it's almost closing time and we need to wrap it up?
Yes,
Okay. Well, thank you for your information, for your clarification. Thank you.
Stay there. I have a question for you. So just out of curiosity, do you know what percentage of your sales at your other locations are done in those hours? Around 7 to 10 PM roughly?
Yeah, it's roughly, it's a little bit higher in Hollister than it is in Seaside, but we see probably about 30 to blended average between the two stores, about 30 to 35% of the business is during that 3-hour period.
So that would be a significant increase.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for Chief Mixer too. The security cameras that are in place currently, and this actually may be for both of you. Do they have night vision capabilities? Because if you're going to be running extended hours after dark, I want to make sure that the cameras will still be working during those hours.
Yes, they do. And it's actually 1080p high definition, very high resolution night vision.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the PD does have access to those cameras off-site.
Well, I figured that since it said you were in compliance with that. So I just wanted to make sure, again, since if you're going to be running 7 to 10 PM is by definition going to be after dark most of the time, wanted to make sure that the cameras were still going to be working correctly and not be, for example, blared out by the lights or something like that as well. So I wanted to make sure that the cameras would still be a valid deterrent.
And I guess additionally at our other locations where we do stay open until 10, we haven't had any issues in that 3-hour period or outside.
Okay.
I have a question for staff. What is the reason why it's recommended that they don't open until 9 o'clock instead of 6 a.m.?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think that was just the original request, and that's what they had on their original approval, but from a staff perspective, we don't see any issue with it going to 8 p.m. I mean, 8 a.m. That would be fine.
Okay, so, but this would be like generally for any, even if we add another dispensary into town, these are the set hours that we're talking about. I think we need to discuss like the recommendation from Mr. Palma about opening at 8 o'clock or even thinking about maybe 6 o'clock. I know that the chiropractor here in town opens at 7, and there's a lot of people that see him at 7 before they go to work. So things like that is available to our community members when they might, be heading out of town and they don't come home until super late and they're not comfortable going, at 9 o'clock to visit the dispensaries. Like maybe this is something that we think about opening if, they don't need to open, but at least they have that option to open earlier than 9 o'clock. I think that should be a discussion that we have today.
And if I could interrupt, I just want to clarify, Mr. Palma, I know you did start with 8 a.m. and then you hedged to 6 a.m. If we could just get some clarification on the ask related to the opening time.
I guess the ask would probably be consistent with state law. 6 a.m. I don't know that we would do it day one forever for that matter. So we would be more than fine with 8 a.m. If you wanted to just go ahead and be consistent with state law, that day would be 6 a.m.
Okay, great. And one more thing, if I could get staff's input into the change, just so the council is fully informed. So, yeah, either Jerry or whoever's here.
Thank you. Yes, consistency with state law would be fine. It works around the state and hasn't been a problem with other jurisdictions.
Council, the one thing I would add, and this is just purely procedural, is that if you do decide to make a change of the increase to the hours, so basically if you want to change the ordinance so that the dispensaries could open before 9 o'clock, I think that would be a material enough change to the noticed proposed revisions that you would need to hold a second public hearing, because I think that is substantive enough where the public notice might be, don't want to say voided, but essentially you would need to renotice a public hearing to have that for the first introduction of the ordinance. If you kept it at 9 a.m. and continued with the 10 o'clock hours, I think we're in the clear. And it's questionable with respect to whether or not you change the square footage that's recommended in section 2 and how much you change the square footage. But if you make substantive revisions or changes to what's been proposed in the ordinance, more than likely the city would need to have another notice public hearing for the public to be able to weigh in on those changes.
The only concern I have with about opening that early is we already know, as you mentioned, we do have quite a few of our residents that are up and active that early. I'm concerned about the additional traffic that would cause in that already dangerous intersection there at 4th and Oak and 101 at that early hour. If you get a massive increase in people going to the dispensary at that time, and you already have farm workers leaving the Green Inn, and you already have people active at that hour, you may have run into an additional traffic issue at that point.
The farm workers leave way earlier than 6 o'clock. They're out the door by 4 or 5 in the morning. But yeah, the traffic would be more for school, especially, but that's why I'd say it's a conversation.
It's what I was thinking regarding the hours as well. That's the time where the students are heading out to school, and I wouldn't want the dispensary to be open at that time for them. Just if we are going to be promoting, safe cannabis in town, if that's the way we could call it, between black market and the legit market, we really want to make sure that we do it right.
But we do have them open on when they're walking home, and I think more students walk home than walk to school.
Yeah.
No, it's the same. Even we collected that data with the routes to school. It's the same amount of kids versus going home and coming home from school.
So what do you guys think?
So it sounds like if we're gonna make the changes that we're talking about, we're gonna have to table it and have
We would have
another,
a second.
have another hearing anyway.
Yeah, another option, council, if there is a consensus to at least increase the hours to 10 PM, extending on, you could move forward with the ordinance as currently written and certainly request staff to bring back further evaluation recommendation with respect to revising the ordinance again to allow them to open earlier. So if you're in favor of this, you can at least move forward with this tonight and then bring back the other item at a later time with further evaluation from staff.
Do you think, I mean, I think that's probably the best thing to do right now is just to extend the hours to 10.
I'm inclined to agree with that. It's in the hours of 10, allow the signage, and then have staff come back with additional recommendations about the earlier hours.
That makes a lot of sense, I think.
So in that case, I will move that we read by title only and introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Greenfield approving amendments to the City of Greenfield Municipal Code related to cannabis dispensary hours of operation and cannabis dispensary signage with the additional piece that staff returned to us with additional information on increasing the hours in the morning.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries for now. Okay, moving on to L2, adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Greenfield approving general plan amendment land use designation change and first reading of an ordinance rezoning for a 0.41 acre project site, southwest corner of Elm Avenue and St. Charles Place. APNS 024/392-001 through 006. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, City Council members. Rob Mullane, Consulting Planner for the city. And I will be sharing my screen so I can do a PowerPoint here. Just give me a second. Okay. So this is as the mayor announced, it's a request for both a rezone of the parcel and a general plan amendment. This is for the St. Charles Townhomes or the Stonebridge Townhomes project. It's one of the missing pieces of the puzzle of the development in this portion of the city. So it is at the southeast corner of St. Charles and Elm Avenue. The current zoning is downtown commercial with mixed use gateway and planned development overlays. The proposed zoning would be multifamily residential, RM, and there would be an associated general plan amendment, which would redesignate the parcel from downtown commercial to medium density residential. The project site is currently undeveloped. There was a track map finalized in 2011 to allow the townhome development. The project recently went through planning commission review just a couple months ago for a design review where they looked at the architecture that was proposed. Project site's just under half an acre. The applicant is here this evening, Mr. Hugh Walker. He'll probably have just a few comments at when the public hearing is open. The site actually has quite a long history of planning approvals going back probably even before 2003, but the first major planning entitlement was the Royal Seco subdivision, the Creek Bridge
master plan, which was for a 44-acre area of town in that vicinity. And that is where this requirement for a live work use for any of the small lot townhomes that were developed in that subdivision, the Royal Seco subdivision. Because they have underlying commercial zoning, there's an acknowledgement that there should be some either retail commercial or other commercial use associated with a residential use. There was also a 2007 plan development that was specific to a smaller area within Creek Ridge, just under 2 acres, but it did include the townhome site, and it retained that same requirement that the townhomes would be live work. I mentioned already there was a map recorded, so these are 6 separate lots. In 2011, they're already on the books. And as the city council's most likely aware, the frontage improvements are all already completed, including the diagonal parking along St. Charles and the curbs and the private alley serves the site from the south. Just a couple months ago, the Planning Commission reviewed the design for the townhome developments. This is one of the exhibits from that planning packet. And they approved it on a unanimous vote. This figure just is a site plan. It shows the townhomes along Elm Avenue. And then there's shared garages. There's 3 different garage, 2 unit garages. They're supporting 4 cars, 2 cars per unit that would be accessed from the alley. And one change that was made during the design review process was that the driveway length along the alley was increased. The garages were pushed into the site a little bit to allow for 2 cars to park on the driveway. The prior design, or the original design, had a shorter driveway that would really only allow 1 car. What this will look like if the council approves the resolution and does first reading tonight is the city staff will amend our general plan land use element map, and also the zoning map to reflect the new zoning and land use designations. So what's currently on the map is this hatched, or not hatched, but the triangular pattern with a retail color, and that would go to just a straight residential. There's no changes to the design that was approved by the Planning Commission in July. There would be, however, a corresponding change to the requirements for annual participation in the maintenance districts, the landscape and lighting maintenance districts, and the storm drain maintenance districts. The assessment rate is slightly lower. It's about $100 a month lower if it's assessed as a residential than it would be as a commercial. So this evening, it is a public hearing. I know it's a fairly small project, but it is a general plan amendment and rezone, and those are weighty issues for the council. Staff supported the rezone and the general plan amendment. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned, approved it or recommended approval on a unanimous vote, and we are recommending that the council adopt a resolution for the general plan amendment, and then conduct first reading of the ordinance rezoning the Tonebridge home sites to multiple family residential. So those 2 are related. They have to be consistent. You can't change the zoning without changing the general plan land use map. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions from the council.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Any questions?
Just a quick question, Rob, are the garages in the front or in the back? I couldn't tell, but showing.
They are in the back. I can just go back to that site plan if you want to see. So on the upper portion of that, that's the Elm Street.
There we go.
Or Elm
Okay.
Avenue frontage. The lower portion of the site, there are 4 car garages, but they're shared by 2.
So they're consistent with the rest of the subdivision.
Although they have wider or longer driveways.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, we will open up the public hearing. Anybody?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Hugh Walker. I'm the applicant for this project, and I'm very familiar with this job. I've been with the company that developed St. Charles Place back in 2003, started it, although I didn't do entitlements on it. At that time, I was running just all of the construction area, but so I have a lot of history. We did King City, we did this project here in Greenfield, and I've done a lot of work here. This project and the land kind of got lost in the 2008 market downturn, with the housing market downturn. And it just wasn't feasible to do any construction here or anywhere else for about 5 years. So we determined that we want to come down and finish this out. And then when we were going through the process, we found out that we have this live work condition on there. And we're asking for it to be removed because it just doesn't make sense, really. We need more residential here, I think, than trying to have clients who can't park on Elm Street anyway, going in and out of a, what could be a bustling business on a ground floor level, and people trying to live upstairs. It just doesn't really make sense. So we thought that getting rid of the live work condition would be a good thing for this situation. We would sell them as straight residential houses. And as Rob said, we did have a Zoom meeting with the fire chief about originally all of the driveways, not my doing, but whoever planned it, the owner of the company back then, had only 8-foot driveways, which is what's typical out there for everything that we built. And we showed that like that originally, and the fire department requested that we change it to 20-foot driveways to get more parking in the back, so you don't have people parking on the landscape and such. So we made that change, really quickly, no problem. Yeah, I'm available for any questions. And
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? We have any hands raised, Ann? All right, well, we will close out the public hearing and bring it back to the city council. To me, it makes total sense to have that residential. Yeah, I mean, that's really all, it just makes sense. This parking would be terrible for.
It makes a lot of sense because the rest of it's all
The rest of it is
residential
all
there
that.
anyway. The apartments are on the corner, across the street, and behind it.
So I do have one question. With the driveways being pushed longer and obviously the garage is being pushed further back, does it still meet lot coverage requirements?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Put my planning chair cap back on. I just wanted to make sure that that it still met the requirements for the setbacks and the lot coverage.
It does, yes.
Okay. I don't have a problem. I agree. This is, brings more housing in. Businesses there we already had the businesses there in the Greenfield Village that didn't go anywhere, and they ended up turning the units into apartments anyway. So I don't see any need for additional businesses there. So.
You need a motion on this one? Yeah. I move that the city council adopt resolution 2022-76 to amend the city of Greenfield general plan to redesignate certain medial property at the southeast corner of Elm Avenue and St. Charles Place from downtown commercial to medium density residential. Conduct a first reading on the ordinance to amend the city of Greenfield zoning map to rezone the subject property from retail business with a gateway and a mixed use overlay to multiple family residential.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. So motion carries. Moving on to L3. Consideration of a resolution of the city council of the city of Greenfield approving general plan amendment, land use designation change, and first reading of an ordinance rezoning for a 1.42 acre project site on the east side of 4th Street between Apple and Palm Avenue. APN 024-151-011, as well as adoption of the associated mitigated negative declaration. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a brief staff report on this item this evening. We are requesting a continuance of this item to allow the applicant to take some of the feedback from the Planning Commission meeting that we just had last week and potentially redesign the project. The Planning Commission heard the project on the 6th, and they recommended denial of the project as proposed. They wanted to see something more consistent with a highway commercial. So we'd like to give the applicant the opportunity to go back and redesign the project, incorporate that input from the Planning Commission. It is a public hearing item. It's been noticed. So it would be proper to open the public hearing. The applicant team is here. I think the project architect would like to briefly address the council. I don't know if other members would also, and then you would want to continue the public hearing. We don't have a date yet, so you can continue it to a date certain, but just continue it to a future meeting that will be renoticed.
Okay. We will open up the public hearing.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am David Elliott. I'm the architect and the applicant for the project. We are taken aback a little bit by the Planning Commission, and so we really want to have an opportunity to go back and discuss some of the issues. And I'll just briefly go over a couple of issues. One of the thoughts was, well, we're disregarding the ability for the city to have this commercial property to develop. And I understand that we are at a housing crisis in California. There's 3 million people that don't have a place to live. The state of California is encouraging all cities and counties to make modifications to properties to allow for more housing to be developed. So that's what we're all about. We've had this property, Mr. Kontowitz has had this property for 10 years. So it's always been, we've always wanted it to be a residential project, and we think that that's fits. We have spent a great deal of time with Rob Mullane and Paul Mugen and a little bit with Paul Wood. And we've reached an agreement with all of the issues with staff. So they've been wonderful to work with, and we are at the place where we want to proceed with this project. But we want to make an appointment back with the Planning Commission to address that issue, plus the need for improvements on the 4th Street. So I'm just kind of surprised about that because we have addressed the 4th Street property with the Public Works Department. We've met all their requirements. And so we just need to address that. And then the overall density was a concern. So we're at 32 units. We're exactly at the allowed density. We have exactly the amount of property, parking spaces that are required. And we meet state law. The state law became in effect January 1 of 2021 to allow for density increases and things like that because of the crisis for housing. So we're consistent with that. And you may not know what's all coming up this January, but the governor is really has a whole new list of requirements that are going to allow people to split their lots and put duplexes on them instead of just ADUs. So this is such a crisis that our state is really looking to develop housing in creative ways. And that's what we're all about. Another concern was that there was impacts on the traffic, and we have excess parking spaces that we have. It certainly is going to be increased traffic there. We've hired a traffic engineer. We've met all those requirements, and we meet staff approval for the traffic as well. And another concern was that a couple of the 3-bedroom units, which are really the accessible units, only have 1 bathroom. And the bathrooms for an accessible unit are huge. And so we were having trouble getting a 2nd bathroom in. All the rest of the units have 2 bathrooms in it. So that was a concern. So we want to address that with the Planning Commission. And then also the lack of washers and dryers in the units. So we have a laundromat. One of the projects that Rob was very helpful to help us figure out how we could address the issue of having some commercial on the property was we have a convenience store and a laundromat proposed. And so the planning commission was kind of anxious that everybody has to use the laundromat. And they're having to come down another story to use a laundromat. Well, we agree that that was part of our concerns. And we are in a situation where trying to fund a project this size with the interest rates floating up and the construction costs floating up, that it almost becomes impossible for us to cash this out to make it a viable project. And our lenders are requesting us to make sure we have some commercial in the property. So that's the reason why we have the laundromat and the convenience store. Another issue was, let's see, the proposal of alcohol sales from the convenience store. So I know that's kind of a controversial issue. And I've designed many convenience stores, and oftentimes they're connected with gas stations. And so there's the thought of, well, you're in your car, you're buying liquor and you're drinking on the way home. In this case, it's just a regular convenience store, and the 7-Elevens and all the major convenience stores really need to have a certain amount of beer and wine. So we're only talking about beer and wine. But here's a customer that lives there, walks downstairs, can take their beer and wine. They're not going to get in an accident. So it makes sense that they should have that. So, but we want to consider all these things of concern for the Planning Commission. We'd like to go back to them and make a more detailed approach. So we're asking for a continuance.
Okay.
Councilors, Mayor, I also want to say my project, I waiting for over 4 years. And I changed the project 5 times the plans, 5 times. It cost a lot of money to change the plans. You can't believe it. Every time this is the end of the thing, supposed to be everything is ready. Now, one more change. Is the reason I ask you, because this thing is apartments for Paris low income of the property, is to help the community. Is to help the community because I hear what you say before, people live 30 people in one house. Well, this is the opportunity to the city to help the community. Please help us to finish this thing. Every single thing commercial in that project, not drugs, every single thing like at the laundry or the store, make money for the city, included the building. I want to say something when I talked to this more today in the morning with Austin. It's over $700 and something thousand only for the approved plans to the city. Plus, whatever money is it for the school. So come on, guys, help at the city. Help me to finish this deal and everybody win. Because all the money we collect from that place, clean money, no drug monies, and coming to the city too. Please give me a hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any hands raised, Ann? Okay, let's close out the.
We can't close it out. We have to continue.
No, we got to continue. Yeah.
So we have to continue it to a date uncertain.
Well,
So that
yes,
could be-
council. So procedurally, to technically continue a public hearing, you have to continue it to a date certain. So if there is no date certain to continue it to, continuing it is really a moot point. So you can make a motion and continue it, or you can just close out the public hearing and take no action. Either way, procedurally, it's going to be the same effect. And the only thing that would change is if you have a date certain that you want to continue it to, but absent that date, you'd have to renotice the public hearing regardless.
So we can go ahead and close the public
Yeah,
hearing.
that's, okay, so we'll go ahead and close out the public hearing and then bring it back for.
So do we have to move to
We have-
continue it?
You don't have
We don't-
to. If somebody would like to make the motion, you can, but procedurally it's all the same. If you want to take no action, it's just going to get basically tabled or continued until the next time it's brought back.
So I just have some clarification questions regarding the whole process of the developer and whatnot. They've gone through every department. There hasn't been any issues. Mr. Mullane, since you have your microphone right there. Or Mr. Paul Mugen, would you want to come up to the, since I see you standing there for quite some time, I think you're eager to speak.
And thank you, Councilmember Martinez. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. As the applicant has mentioned, this project has been around the city since, well, I first met with the applicant in 2019. The point is, a long time. We've recommended a continuance in this matter because on the applicant's insistence, this hearing was best case. That is a recommendation, things appropriately addressed at the planning commission level. The planning commission voted unanimously to deny the project. It should be of interest to the city council that there are no less than 6 discretionary actions wholly to your discretion. General plan amendment, zoning code amendment, a use permit, and changing of the land use designation map for what are permitted uses in the site. It's not a very complicated project. It's a routine project. However, it's not a ministerial project. It requires a particular amount of legitimate analysis under state law. And nothing that Mr. Elliott mentioned to you about housing and state law is in dispute tonight. But the fact of the matter is that the applicant under this project, which has been developed over a period of 3 years that I'm aware of, and an environmental document requires the changing of our general plan and zoning code. It's not an insignificant land use matter. And it's, well, as I said, there's no guarantee that this project as proposed will ever be approved, ever. A general plan amendment and a zoning code amendment are very significant changes to our fundamental land use documents. And we, as Mr. Elliott has mentioned, we have worked tirelessly with this project applicant. And it's worth noting that there is no more money. They are in need of providing an additional deposit in order to pay for their work because there is no more money left.
Okay, Paul, can I stop you there? Because you have me
Sure.
all over the place now. So when he talks about the 5 times that they, meaning planning commission or staff, have asked him to change his plan, is that correct? That's coming from staff or planning commission? That's what you want to address. So Rob, help me out here. Can you clarify that?
So there were definitely revisions, which is not uncommon with a project of this size. And then the most recent revision was when when we noted that you can't get the number of units that they wanted without rezoning the site to a residential use. The city's mixed use ordinance does not allow for that number of residential uses on a commercially zoned property. So the rezone to multiple family residential was triggered a major redesign. And then they still wanted, for financing reasons, to keep a commercial. So that required the additional components of the general plan amendment and the text amendment to the zoning code to allow those uses and the conditional use permit. So there have been revisions in response to comments from staff throughout this whole process. And some of that is driven by what the applicant needs with the banks, what the applicant would like in terms of maximizing the development potential of the site. The planning commission only heard the project for the first time last week. So that was their first time seeing it. Staff had recommended approval. They had major concerns with several of the projects that Mr. Elliott talked about and that you'll see in the staff report when this comes back to you, assuming it gets through the planning commission on a redesign.
So when he talks about the 5 times that they have asked them to change the plans, that is coming directly from staff here at the city, right?
Not always. It's a collaborative.
So where specifically are these 5 changes coming from?
It's a collaborative process with the applicant having some different design and different mixes of uses that the applicant wanted. And then as we're reviewing a project of this scale, we will find things that need to be amended. And just another example on that, in putting the staff report together for the planning commission, I noted with the rezone to multifamily residential, the height of the building is actually above the allowed height in that zone district. It met the height limit for the commercial highway, but now with a request to the rezone, the building's 2 feet too high. So they're gonna have to address that. And yes, that's gonna be a minor change to the plans, but that's, like I said, it's part of a iterative process between the applicant and staff until they get a complete application that's before a hearing, before a decision maker. And yes, this project took longer than most, but this project also has a lot of moving parts and has had some changes in what the applicant wanted through the process.
Okay, so how long have you been a consultant here with the city of Greenfield?
I started in February of 2019. So I've been here.
Do you see if the city, we have like some sort of implementation plan where there's actually a checklist that of all the procedures? Because just by them coming up, I could see the frustration going on. And so that's what I'm trying to understand. Do we have a process in place, whether it's physical copy, whether it's electronic copy, where we could go off and checklist one by one of all those little details? Because right now, all the information, I heard one thing from Paul Mugen, then I'm hearing something else completely from you. Then I'm seeing the applicant himself frustrated. It's like, do we have a track record?
We have a very well-established process. We've had, I think, 34 planning applications just this calendar year. Discretionary ones that are going to planning commission or council or both. There is a review of the application for completeness. It's not just community development staff, it's all the different departments. We have a interdepartmental review team meeting that looks at the project and provides comments on it before it can be deemed complete and taken to a public hearing, or even have the environmental analysis done. So there are steps to every large development or even a small development in terms of reviewing it for completeness, getting it ready for a hearing, determining what the CEQA process is, what the environmental review process is, and then and only then does it go to the decision maker. So we have several planning projects that have taken 2 or 3 reviews before they're deemed complete. And that can be 6 months, or it could be 36 months. It depends on how responsive the applicant is in addressing the comments of staff. So we are mandated to review a submittal within 30 days, a discretionary planning application submittal. And so all those processes play out within that 30-day period, including getting comments from other departments. And then those comments go back to the applicant and they take the time that they need to address the comments. So this one is longer. This project has taken longer than most in my experience, but it's not totally out of the realm of possibilities for something that is complicated and it involves a kind of late change to the with the addition of a rezone and a general plan amendment and the corresponding amendments to the ordinance and the land use element.
So basically, in a nutshell, there is a track record.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, for the planning commission to vote unanimous, that speaks volumes right there.
So you said there's already an interdisciplinary process with all the department heads. Was Public Works included in that about a water and sewer analysis?
They were. So Jamie is fairly new to the city, but she's been really great and has acting chief mixer. He's been participating regularly.
Okay.
So they have looked at this project. I mean, it
And Chief
it goes.
Langborg as well?
Chief Langberg as well, yes. All those representatives are pretty good about attending all the interdepartmental review meeting. And if they're unable to attend, we solicit their comments a different way, and we make sure that their comments are being passed along to the applicant.
Okay, because honestly, a huge red flag for me about a laundromat in particular is we already know we're nearing the capacities of our water and sewer systems. And adding additional units with a laundromat, I'm concerned about how that's going to play out.
Was parking an issue with the planning commission? Because I could see parking backing up into the housing developments back behind there. Yes.
It was an issue, and there was a speaker too that commented on the parking. There was concern that there just weren't enough spaces off street for the entire development. And then the other concern was, well, you have some commercial uses on the site, you have mostly residential uses on the site. How are you going to referee that parking? And there was a condition of approval drafted by staff for a parking management plan. So the developer, if they get the approval, they'd have to come up with a management plan that says, okay, these are going to be the assigned residential parking spaces. These are going to be reserved for commercial. And how are they going to manage it so that the residents aren't parking in the commercial and vice versa?
Well, should we just table this now?
Well, there's no reason to table because there's no process to go forward. There's no action to take on it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this could look like. And I think it might be a good addition to the city if it's done right.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, if there's no other discussion regarding this item, and there's not going to be a formal motion, then I would just recommend moving on to the next item on the agenda.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, moving on to M, City Council Business. M1, adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Greenfield approving the memorandum of understanding between the City of Greenfield and the Service Employees International Union Local 521. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as you and council are aware, staff has been engaged in labor negotiations with the Service Employees International Union Local 521 over the course of the past several months, bargaining a new MOU to be effective, I believe, July 1st, 2022. The parties have come to an agreement with respect to the terms, which if you'd like, City Manager Wood can provide high-level details of the terms of the new MOU. But the request is for council to adopt the resolution approving the MOU. And I would recommend adding a minor amendment to the motion, delegating authority to the city manager just to make any cleanup changes that are necessary upon execution. Sometimes when you're doing a final review or signing off, you'll just see a word or something like that and that needs to be changed or corrected. And so I would recommend giving the city manager authority just to make those minor changes in the event they find anything, just to avoid having to come back to council and redoing this action for some sort of minor technicality.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's open up public comments.
And Mr. Mayor, briefly, I forgot to mention if the public is would like to review a copy of the draft MOUs to be approved, there are copies available at the city clerk's desk.
Okay. Perfect. Casey, I see no comments here. Anything on online? Nope. Okay, let's close that out and bring it back to city council. Comments, review, action.
Well, I think most of our comments and concerns have been addressed.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I'm going to go ahead and move adoption of the MOU with SEIU Local 521 with the addition that the city manager be allowed to make any cleanup changes necessary.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed and none, so motion carries.
Moving right along to M2, adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Greenfield approving the memorandum of understanding between the City of Greenfield and the Greenfield Professional Firefighters. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Yes, staff report would essentially be the same as I just gave, but with respect to the Greenfield Professional Firefighters Association, staff has been involved in negotiations of a new MOU for the past several months. Parties have come to an agreement. Staff can provide the details if you would like, although they've been reviewed by council previously. And if anybody in the public would like to review copies of these draft MOUs, they are available at the city clerk's desk.
Okay.
And I would make the same recommendation, Mr. Mayor, with respect to authorizing the city manager to make cleanup changes if necessary upon execution.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go out to the public. See nothing here, nothing online. Okay, we'll close that out.
I think the same thing is true of this one. We've already kind of discussed it. And
Yeah.
I think I'm going to move approval of the MOU between the City of Greenfield and the Greenfield Professional Firefighters. Again, with the addition that City Manager Wood is able to make any corrections necessary as cleanup.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. Can I get a motion to pull M3?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that carries. Okay, moving right on along to M4, adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Greenfield approving an agreement with Fluid Resource Management to manage the City of Greenfield public water system for a period and cost not to exceed 6 months and $250,000. Staff report, please. Jamie.
Good evening, Mayor Walker, council members. On August 17th, 2022, the city entered into an agreement with Fluid Resources Management for management services for our public water system. The agreement actually commenced on August 8th, 2022, with the resignation of the city's utility systems manager effective on August 5th, 2022. The city had an immediate need to be in compliance with the Regional Water Quality Control Board by having appropriately certified water distribution operator and water treatment operator on staff, which could not be fulfilled by in-house staff. FRM will be evaluating the public water system and recommending improvements for system efficiency, safety, and preventative maintenance measures to be completed. FRM will oversee city staff of licensed operators for the public water system, as well as providing training to staff. The contract is expected to conclude no later than February 8th, 2023, and it would be funded out of the Water Enterprise Fund.
Any comments? Okay, let's open it up. Public comments. None here and none online. So we'll close out public comments and bring it back to council.
I just had a couple comments, one on this one and then one on the next one. The $250,000, I understand it's coming from the water fund, but I'm just concerned that we don't want to continue with this forever. We do need to make it a priority getting to somebody to fill this position, meet the requirements of the water control board, whatever's necessary there, but it really needs to be a priority to get somebody on staff. Because the money's not indefinite. I mean, the money is limited, so.
And I'm currently working on that. I'm in process of revising the job description so that I can get that out in early October.
Thank you.
Perfect. So for now, this is kind of a no-brainer.
I don't think we have much of a choice.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no choice. Yeah,
I'll move adoption of the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? See none, so motion carries. Moving on to M6, adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Greenfield amending the salary schedule for the.
We've got M5 first.
Jumping the gun, sorry about that. Adoption of a resolution of the city council of the city of Greenfield approving an agreement to extend the agreement with Fluid Resource Management to manage the Greenfield wastewater treatment plant for a period and cost not to exceed 6 months and $250,000. Staff report.
Good evening again. I think I'll just summarize this one as you're actually familiar with the contract with Fluid Resources Management. So the Water Board is very happy with our progress, as I mentioned previously. And so we were so close to being able to just be on our own. And then again, with the resignation of the utility operations manager, we didn't have the appropriate certificated staff to hold our grade 3. We do have grade 2 operators. So we decided to continue with FRM in the absence of a utilities manager. And since they already had the experience with our system in working with the staff and still training. So we went ahead and extended that again for not to exceed 250,000 or 6 months.
Will they give us a discount for multiple contracts?
I tried.
Just wanted to-
No, they've been helping us so tremendously with a whole lot of things, having these both of these contracts and making even suggestions on how to improve efficiencies and save money at the same time. And we're moving forward with that, and it's going to be great.
Good.
Okay, public comments, don't see any and nothing online, so let's close that out and bring it back to council.
I think this is another one of the no-brainers. We kind of have to do it to maintain compliance. So I'll move approval of resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none, so that carries. Now we'll move on to M6, adoption of a resolution of the city council of the city of Greenfield amending the salary schedule for the classification plan of the public works director and accountant. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 positions we'd like to make changes to this evening. This resolution will change. Ms. Tugel was hired earlier this year as the Public Works Director. The position that she's been filling was the Public Works Director / city engineer. So we've made changes to the job description. We'd also like, this resolution makes change to the salary schedule, which is what she's basically been on at this point. So that's the first part of it. The second part is we've made some job description changes to the accountant position as our current senior accountant, who was in this position before, has assumed some of those duties. So we've moved some other duties into the accounting position and raised this to be more competitive with other accountants in the valley. So that's the 2 positions we're talking about, changing the Public Works Director / city engineer to just Public Works Director. And there's a rate change increase to the accountant classification.
Comments,
We'll
questions?
take any questions.
Okay, we'll open up the public comment and we got nothing and no hands raised. So we will bring it back to the council.
Move to approve resolution of the city council and city of Greenfield amending the salary schedule for the classification plan for the public works director and accountant.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? See none, so motion carries. Moving on to M7, adoption of a resolution of the city council of the city of Greenfield adjusting the fiscal year 2022/23 budget to facilitate the purchase and outfitting of a fire department command vehicle for the new deputy fire chief. Staff report, please.
Good evening, council.
staff report's pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to expand on that a little bit just so that you're aware. So this money is to actually purchase a used vehicle that we're getting from the East Coast. And there's a couple of reasons for that. The first is that if we were to purchase a new vehicle, get it outfitted and get it on the road, we'd be looking at close to $100,000. So as we're coming to the end of the lease of my vehicle through Enterprise and we're coming up on a next 2-year budget cycle, we'll be looking at having to deal with what we're going to do with that vehicle, replace it. And we'll probably be introducing a new command vehicle at that time. And so just didn't want to come to you for $100,000 right off the bat on this, especially after you've been gracious enough to approve about 160 plus for the new deputy chief. The other part that I wanted to mention in this is that right now, new vehicles are difficult to get. And we've been talking with our partners, Monterey Regional, as well as Monterey City Fire, who are both in the process of purchasing new command vehicles, and they're 6 months out. And then in addition to that, when you get them to the outfitter, it could be up to another 3 months. And then I actually had a conversation with Council Member Tipton regarding this. And one of the things that I forgot to mention to him was that right now vehicles in general are kind of a challenge to get, which is why we're going to the East Coast. So it took me a good month to hunt this one down, and it would actually made a commitment on another one. And then this one came up and we got lucky. It was actually a little bit cheaper, had less miles on it, and was a newer vehicle, fit our needs better. So anyways, that's just a little bit of background on it. The finances for it, we're looking at $38,000 to get it here. It will be equipped pretty much with everything that it needs. It'll need some adjustments to make sure that it meets California requirements. And we'll have to be doing some decaling and some graphics on it to make sure that it matches our city's fire apparatus. The money that we're looking at doing that is going to be coming from savings from other projects that we hadn't done in the prior year, and also some fund balance left over from some capital projects as well. And I don't know, Paul, you're a little better at the finance than I am. Do you have anything to add to that from a financial perspective?
No, it comes from, the funding of this comes from savings of other capital projects or other equipment purchases that came in lower than what we had budgeted. So there's some fund balance that's left over in the capital projects.
And we had budgeted for a command vehicle at the beginning of this budget cycle 2 years ago, but we were basically given wrong information from Enterprise. So what it was budgeted for was not realistic to purchase a vehicle. So some of that money is left over, and that it was $24,000 each year. So again, fits well within that. Any questions for me?
Drew's thinking.
Oh, I have so many questions I could ask right now. I'm like all over. So.
I just want to thank you for tracking this one down. I mean, it looks like that's the most economical way to go. So I think we should move forward.
And I'll express to the council the concerns that I expressed to Chief Langford earlier. The concern that I have about a used vehicle is particularly in a high impact use like a fire vehicle is I'm concerned about the maintenance costs on a used vehicle compared to a new vehicle. So I don't know what the operational expenses difference would be in that, but I'm also acutely aware of the fact that yes, there are shortages across the board.
Yeah.
So it also makes me beg the question of the gorilla and the 800-pound elephant in the room about what's going on with the Enterprise contract, that they're not able to meet the needs of the PD or the FD, because obviously we have a PD one coming up shortly as well. So I think we really need to sit down and look at what's going on with that Enterprise contract and why they're not able to meet the city's needs.
We will see if we can get that on the agenda for the 27th.
Perfect, thank you.
And maybe have Enterprise here to give us.
Thank you. My next thing would be is if we're already discussing a new vehicle for next year's cycle, do we need to do some sort of budget allocation to allow him to start looking now for that new vehicle?
Well, we haven't started the process yet, and we will after the new year turns for. a
Right, but
two-year
what I'm
cycle.
saying is if we're already saying that 6 months out, do we want to go
Hmm.
ahead and do some sort of allocation to allow him to start looking now for that? So that.
You mean like a deposit or something like that so that we can move
Right,
forward?
so we can secure a place in line so that when we do actually go through and say, okay, next July 1st, we're already in line and it will be delivered shortly after July 1st. Is there something, what do we need to do about that to try to accelerate the process a little bit?
I would tend to want to hear what Enterprise has to say about what they think is available. Because it really, I mean.
Well, at this point, it seems like Enterprise can't deliver, so we need to be hedging.
So
our
you're not
bets a
talking,
little
you're not
bit.
talking about going through Enterprise for what you're talking about. You're talking about just going out and shopping.
I'm talking
online.
about, yes, basically going out, talking to Ford or GM or whoever, and securing our place in line
Right.
for a new command vehicle. Because based on the discussions I've had with Chief Langborg, is basically Enterprise is saying that they don't deliver emergency vehicles. And which is in direct contradiction to the discussions that we had with them originally that were completely around emergency vehicles.
Well, they have them, but they're not economical. And I think when we get into that staff item, I'll give you a breakdown of my discussions and my findings when I tried to get a vehicle through them. I've got that all written down.
Right. So what I'm saying is do we need to put something on the next agenda to allow him to go start sourcing that next command vehicle?
Right. Well, I think that's a definite possibility, but it's not just fire. It's going to
Oh,
be.
I
public
agree
works, it's gonna
completely.
be
But fire
people,
has,
everybody else.
well, if you already know how many vehicles you're going to need for next year, maybe we start the process completely across the board to source those vehicles so that we don't end up behind the ball when we come July 1st and we go, okay, now we need to go start sourcing these vehicles and we're 6 to 8 months out again. So just,
I
like I said,
think
kind
we-
of secure our place in line.
I would agree with you, Drew, but I think we've got, we're 9 months out on our budget cycle. So I think we've got a little bit of time. I think we should hear from Enterprise first and see what their answer is.
But we'll see if we can agendize something that will follow up on what Enterprise has to say.
Okay, I didn't open up public comments, so see, we have none and nobody online. So let's close that out and bring it back to council.
I move to adopt resolution, just the correct number, Ann. 82, 2022-82, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Greenfield adjusting the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget to facilitate the purchase and outfitting of a fire department command vehicle for the new deputy chief.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. So motion carries. Moving on to M8, adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Greenfield to supplementally appropriate the community development revenues and expenditures in the amount of $200,000 for fiscal year 21 through 22. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor. I don't have anything to add to the staff report that is before you. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding this matter.
Okay. Any questions for Paul? The time being, we'll open up public comments and we've got none and nothing online. So we will close that out. And bring it back to City Council. Can we entertain a motion?
I've done enough tonight.
Oh, come on. You still got it in. You got it in.
Fine, I'll move approval of the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. So motion carries.
Moving right along to M9, adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Greenfield to approve to supplementally appropriate funds for the fiscal year 22-23 operating budget in the amount of $143,470 for the purchase of 2 Ford Police Interceptors, the necessary safety emergency equipment, and mobile radios. Chief.
Mayor, City Council, I have very little to add to the staff report that you have in front of you. We did go through enterprise fleet, and we did order 2 vehicles back in February. We still don't have a delivery date. We did get notice a couple months ago that if we do want vehicles for next year, to order them now. So they are looking for a lead time to order vehicles, at least 6 to 9 months. So we do need these vehicles. There is a safety component to it. And as far as putting money into repairing the vehicles that we do have, not the cost effective thing to do.
Thank you. Open up public comments, nothing going on here, nothing online, so we'll close it out and bring it back to council.
So these are the vehicles that we already approved the payment for in the consent calendar?
No.
So that's 2 additional.
This is 2 additional vehicles. We need a total of 4. But because 2 are already on order and we don't know when they are going to come in, they may come in the next 6 months. They may come in the next 4 months, 6 months. We don't know, but we need 4 vehicles, 2 immediately. And we did have to go out of state, went all the way to Michigan for these 2 vehicles. And it was a great price, great dealership. Our superintendent, Manuel Ayala, found them for us.
And these are the SUVs or the cars?
SUVs, the Ford Interceptors, yeah, the Explorers.
Okay. You look like you're gonna say something.
No, I was just gonna say, these are heavy duty police
These are the
interceptors.
Yes.
Heavy duty brakes, heavy duty suspension.
Heavy
Okay.
duty, everything, correct. And they come, well, some of the outfitted already. So they have interior lights, they have the front console deleted, they come well prepared.
Right.
Well ahead of the other vehicles that we've received from Enterprise or previous
Do they
purchases.
have another one available?
They do.
So I'm gonna sound like a broken record here. It really sounds like we're having issues with the enterprise contract.
Noted.
And the fact that we're having to go out and pay additional monies for new vehicles on top of what was promised to us by Enterprise. Maybe we should be billing Enterprise for these vehicles. But that being said, we've got to start looking out, we've got to start, like you just mentioned, is Enterprise is saying we need to start ordering now for next year.
If this is the plan that we're gonna stick with, totally agree. We don't know yet whether we're sticking with the plan. So we need to do some analysis, we need to get Enterprise's input, and we need to decide whether, yes, we're gonna continue with this program, or we're gonna go back to what we were doing, or something else. So,
Okay.
yes, I agree, something needs to change. I mean, Jamie, we've talked about it. We talked a couple of weeks ago about how we work this through, and we're working through it.
Now I'm gonna be another broken record about something I mentioned several years ago. Is I know at one point with our prior police administration, we had quite a stock of police vehicles. And I know, has that slowly been taken down by attrition, or do we still have a plurality of emergency vehicles available?
We are right at the limit of what we actually need and use. So there has been recently, last couple of months, where we didn't have enough vehicles. We had to wait for patrol guys to come in. And we were using plain vehicles, admin vehicles, to go out and help some of the officers during major occurrences. So we don't have an excess of vehicles right now.
So what I think I'd like to see is I'd like to see an analysis of what our fleet looks like. Not just the PD, but across the board. I'd like to see an analysis of what our fleet looks like, what Enterprise is responsible for, what we're responsible for. And I think we need to come up with a better plan for the city going forward. In the meantime, again, we need these. We've got to deliver public safety to the city. I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries.
And I'm actually going to go ahead and move that we allow to go past 10 o'clock since it's 9:37. I'm getting ready to go into public.
I was just gonna bring that up. I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I was like, no, nay.
Carried.
I was
Okay,
supposed to say-
we're gonna adjourn to closed session. Travis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item N1, closed session, government code section 54957, public employees discipline dismissal, release complaint. Item N2, closed session, government code section 54956.8, conference with real property negotiators regarding the property at the northwest corner of 12th Street and Apple Avenue. City negotiators, city attorney and city manager, and the negotiating parties of the city of Greenfield and Alan Panziera. The terms under negotiation are instructions to negotiators concerning price and terms of payment. Item N3, closed session, government code section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. There is one potential lawsuit relating to 900 Cherry Avenue and development agreement for the property. Item N4, closed session, government code section 54956.8, conference with real property negotiators. The property is 598 10th Street, city negotiators, the city attorney, and the city manager, negotiating parties of the city and Greenfield Organics. And the instructions to negotiators will concern the price and terms of payment. Last item, N5, closed session, government code section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. There is one potential lawsuit. And Mr. Mayor, if there are any public comments regarding the closed session items, now would be the time.
Okay, there's nobody here with a public comment. Anything online? Nope. Okay, we will be back.
Done there.
Ready? Okay, we'll reconvene to open session and there is nothing to report. City attorney report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to say that it's nice to see everyone again. It's felt like a really long 2 months, so it's good to be back in the chair, see everyone. A lot of great discussion tonight. And just commend you all for your ongoing service and professionalism.
Thank you. Thank you. City manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the council people before me reported, the League of California Cities Conference was this past week. There was a couple of, I thought, really good takeaways that I got from it. One was a rural cities economic development session that was held on Friday morning. And I want to come back to council, hopefully with a report on what communities like Clear Lake up in Northern California are doing to attract actually some larger retail stores and some things that we have been told we're not going to get. And so it was a really good conversation. So I hopefully might be able to do that at our workshop on the 6th of October, which, thanks again, you also brought up the workshops, Councilmember White. We've had 5 of them. I think we got 8 or 9 left. And I want to add a couple in November, but the next one is this Thursday on housing. And then next Thursday is community science workshop. The following Thursday is water and wastewater utilities. And then economic development on Thursday, the 6th of October. And hopefully we can implement some of these strategies that we talked about at the League of California Cities. So that's it. And thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, great meeting and we will call it at 10:24. Meeting adjourned.